Check me out now. Return of the smooth operator. Shotty on repeat. I say sleep later. This another favor. Consider me your neighbor. Lost a lot of fam in pursuit of the paper. She gon' catch the vapors when we slide by. The way I speak my mind, it's like I peak my prime, but I ain't close. I cruise through the night air. Fantasy a dream. Real world is a nightmare. Like Claire battling the brainless. Learn to live shameless. Talk about me alive, but claim that I'm nameless. You aimless. So I'ma style on them. They washed up. It's a rap. Throw the towel on them. Gaining miles on them. Otakus for the win. Tacos, it depend on the mood that I'm in. Like Finn when it's time for adventure. This some new blue. Get ready to enter my mind for a few. Come and take a ride with the crew. I'ma show you how to recoup days lost when you vibe with the blue. Come vibe with the blue. Yeah. About time to regroup. Fly, got my eyes on the view. Never hear lies, only truth. Realize why they vibe with the blue. 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 Vibe with the vibe with the sky. Wait, you know the rest. I'm blessed. I see you frontin' like you ain't impressed, but I still get requests. I'm playing Zelda on the GameCube. I quit spamming my music. Don't ever try forcing the links. That's a high rule. The wind waker, Mother Nature on my side too, controlling the elements. Go and check my avatar. I'm arrows ahead. Get the point. Moving forward. The battle scars accumulated over time are reminders of what I went through as a minor, but made me a grinder. The trees broke down for this loose leaf. If life's a game of death, I'm Bruce Lee. Ooh wee. Lose sleep on the regular, trying to get this word out. Then I crash nebula. Wish I had a very odd parent, maybe two, but it's cool. Everybody pays dues. Now it's time to make moves. Granny didn't raise me to lose. Think I'm in the mood for a cruise. Wanna ride? Come and vibe with the blue. Come 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 vibe with the. Check this out, y'all. I'm back spazzing like the elderly. Worth of my cousin Beverly. Never swear away from the truth. Just ask Heather. Be weather, be tripping. Starting to control like our destiny. Always give you the best of me until the death of me. My weaponry is a paintbrush. Hush, don't tell my secret. They get a hold of it. If you leak it, get it. It's cool. Got you covered though, look. But let me get back to that cool-ish, loose shit. Why they still lying? They don't do this bad at board games. Whole world clueless, selling they soul for roof Chris. Who's this honored fella? Need a sliced extra mozzarella. Crew fly, let God propellers. Humanity born like they don't trust fun. Why you dodge the teller? You don't know, but my odds are better. Life's a gamble, depending on who holding the cards. You can start living at large or it's bon voyage. Charge it to the game. Me and you ain't the same. I'm thinking bigger pictures. Why you still shrinking the frame? Ever blink in the rain? It helps when your eyes dry. Mob with the bright minds. Think you funny, wise guy? Midnight marauder with a new tribe. Tired of the fake. Come and vibe with the blue sky. Come vibe with the blue sky. Why do you try? We get them high. Take them high. What I do? Come vibe with the blue. Yeah. Come vibe with the blue. Pass what up? Vibe with the. Wise grass only greener when it's fertilized. Gave them truth in these songs, they prefer to lies. Destiny beautiful, adrift in her purple eyes. You can't see me, you Stevie. Wondering how I reach more evolutions than Evie and make it look easy. Man, dream on, yeah. Dream on, dream weaver.
What is up, Earth's mightiest subscribers? It's your boy Ernie Blerd Without Fear. We are back in the goddamn building for the 9-9 and the 2000. Only this time it's 2021. And yeah, so far it feels like New Game Plus of 2020. I got my homie Carter with me. What's good, pimpin'?
They never knew who I was until I put on the mask.
This man. You ain't shit.
I'm just saying. Oh, Lord.
Man, look, we out here.
You know
Y'all
what?
know it.
Hold up.
Oh, wait,
Hold
what's
up.
up?
Shottown Dan, what's up? Pimpin'. Last week, Carter Lord granted wishes. Wednesday was the consequences. Actually, no. Today was the consequences because of what I just saw in chat while we were starting this goddamn show up.
Lord.
I don't want to be the one. And I know you said we were going to talk about it after stream, but I got some liquid courage here. And
Oh, Lord.
I feel like it is great that I am wearing the shirt that I'm wearing right now because I feel like somebody is going to need it in a second.
Oh, Lord. Uh-oh. That man says somebody about to need it. Lord. Uh-oh.
I'm going to behave myself.
He's a good ban. Dude, don't ban yourself. Don't ban yourself. That's not what we're about today, man. It's not what we're about.
Yeah, that's not what we're about. Even though the villain is here, Blerd's here, I'm gonna behave myself. I'm gonna be real Dr. Doom. I'm gonna chill.
That man said, "I'm a chill." Look, we've got we're doing something a little different today. We're not gonna be talking about anything specific. I can't fucking talk today. We're not gonna be talking about anything super duper mega specific. I mean, we are, but I mean, we're not gonna be really talking about news stuff. I know there's some stuff that's going on, and that's all well and good. But we kind of planned this one to be a top 10 where we're gonna talk about our favorite comics from last year. Since I kind of technically want to do it before, but I kind of wanted to wait and let all the 2020 comics, get out.
Yeah.
But and the way comics work, oddly enough, some of them are still designated 2020, even though it's 2021, because they were made in 2020. They just didn't get published until 2021. Neither here nor there. But anyway, a little insider baseball. But also want to say, Carter with the Only Hands shirt. With the Only Hands. That little, and I'm just going to tell you right now, you don't want them.
You don't. You really don't. Oh my Lord. You really don't.
Look.
You really don't.
And look, also I gotta give shout outs because some of you probably see not only is Carter rocking the Only Hands, but some of y'all probably recognize that I am rocking a shirt that has my face on it. I didn't do this. I put the shirt on, but I didn't create the shirt. This is actually from the homie Ryu89 from the Discord. Hooked me up with this as a Christmas present, so I wanted to give shout outs, put some respect, put the fist up if you have the ability, man. Put them goddamn fist up for the homie Ryu89. And yeah, just say thank you. Just I technically already told them thank you, but I'm gonna give them. We're gonna drop the little boom with the bow, put the hands up to salute, give them a little Wakanda forever, all that good stuff. But yeah, put some respect on Ryu89's name right quick for me, man. Let's go ahead and say it right now, man, dude, because I can go tell you that we got before we get into the show, I do want to say I don't want to start it off wrong. I don't want to start the show off wrong. We got to keep that energy. So, that said, we got Raymond Pope up in here. We got Akansha Jaiswal up in this motherfucker. We got my homie Jarrell Boza back in the goddamn building. Got QR, still got SFC Cape Killer in the motherfucker. motherfucker. Got Reuben Hart. We got Rain Deb Joys up in here. Black Nito, leader of the Brotherhood of Evil Negroes. We also got the Black Century King. We got LJ Mac 03. We got Black Geek Cool up in here. We got Kylo Allen. We also got our Cali One. We also got Yoli Spinner. What's up? What's up, pimp? We got Geronimo Smith up in this motherfucker. Got the Shaman 05 line. Possibly the Shaman King themselves. We also got Goo Foos Lankius up in here. And we also got the homie Lusasaurus up here. Victor Creed in the building. Chi-Town Dan, you know what you got to do. Warren Register, just another monster. We also got the Hero Guy 1000 up in here. Ray Kai Bujin up in this motherfucker. Got Nick Carwell in the goddamn building. And you know what? I'm going to say it right now. You thought I wasn't going to see your ass, but we also got Absolute Venom. Gots to go get him. And we got, who else is this I see up in here? Oh, and we got the homie Miguel 2099 up in the building. We got BKS Ford in the building. Tubes of One, the homie from down south. King Kunta up in here. Got Taishin Gadsden, the homie. Oh, also, by the way, we got Darkman X in the building. That's right. We got the motherfucker in the building. We caught him. We found him. He thought he could change his face and hide from us. I'm sorry, Liam Neeson. Not today. We got you. We also got the COBY in the building, and Marvel Kid AJ. What's good? I think was it QR still? I think, did I get QR still? I don't know. Just in case, get you too. And the legendary Phantom Brawler up in this motherfucker. What's good? Pimp. Yo. I think we get. Oh, and did I get LJ Brown? Did I get you? You ain't gonna sneak past me, just in case. You getting the second one, just in case. Oh, and the homie Poe Archery Media. Man, what is good, pimp? Hey. That's right there. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, and Sonya slipping up in here. Maurice E. Guess what? Y'all getting it too. David Mendez, what's good? And by the way, we got us a super chat already coming straight fresh out the motherfucking gate. Whew.
Oh, Lord. That was quick. That was quick.
We got the $2 super chat from Nick Carwell. Thank you so much for that $2 super chat. Lifeblood of the channel. Y'all know the vibes. The way we do super chats is you drop the super chat. We will try and get to it as quick as humanly possible. We'll answer your question on the spot. It's a guaranteed way to get your questions answered on the show. Not to say we won't answer your question otherwise, but it just makes it easier to find. That said, he says Carter, a.k.a. the Masked Mamba. Lord, This straight out.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, the Masked Mamba. Don't get his man no nickname.
We'll run with it. Too late. It's already out there now. I'll go and start changing everything on every account today. I love it.
I'm done with y'all.
Book it. Book it, Vince. I love it. By God, I love it. Book
it. Oh, here. Got the homie Kylo Allen with the $5. Oh, boom. There you go. This is it. It says Blerd with the hand shirt designed by 8 Element Art. It says it was a pleasure working with them, and I'm glad that you love it. Thank you so much. So that's the homie right there. Y'all put some respect on Kylo's name. Or to be Kilo. Probably Kilo. You know, we're
don't say Kylo, because then he'd have to walk around without a shirt on, with the shirt all the way up to his belly, over his belly button.
Oh God!
I will finish what you started.
See, I didn't even need a voice modulator for that.
I will finish what you started. I will give balance to the force. And I will also clap those cheeks. Because that's what I do.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm being stupid. No. Anyway.
Another $5 super from what was this? Black Nito, appreciate you, my G. Stop playing and Hulk, smash that like button for your Blerd. Let's run those likes up for the Brotherhood. Gonna get on them cheeks, I think is what he was trying to say.
I'm here for it. Because you know what? And you know what? Also, just so you know, this message was sponsored by the Hellfire Trading Company. Also, this shirt sponsored by the Hellfire Trading Company. Kilo, got you. Okay, I had a Kilo. See, it's Kilo. See, Kilo Allen. There you go. See, we're not gonna have you out here acting like you trying to bring balance back to the force. We're not gonna do that to you. God damn. Oh man, we got stuff with my homie LJ Mac 03 with the $5 super chat says, Carter, I need that shirt this week in DC. Them Trump supporters shut down my building. What? What?
Oh, shit.
Dude.
Oh man.
Dude, Dude, see, this is what I'm talking about. See, okay, I just want to say something, and I know I'm gonna upset some folks, and if I do, that's fine. I don't give a shit. Anyway, my thing is, you remember about 4 years ago? Remember 4 years ago when people were objecting to number 45s being elected as president because it was under spurious circumstances? And by spurious...
We don't even use that word a lot.
Yeah, right? And for those who don't know what the word spurious means, it means disingenuous, false, likely false, or fake circumstances. Because there was very obvious election fraud. And people protested it. And these motherfuckers were like, oh, you snowflakes need to just get over it. He's your president. Get over it. Stop being little pussies and take it like a man. Now,
that's kind of gross.
It is really. I feel dirty now that I've said that. And then you switch over to 2021, and these people are now having to accept that number 45 lost because that makes him a one-pump chump president. And then now they're like, this is bullshit. We're gonna riot in the streets, damn it. And you know what? You know what makes this even worse? You know what makes it even worse? When I went to Starbucks today, they messed up my Mocha Coca Choca Latte. They put skim milk in it. So you know what? I'm gonna go march on DC. This
All
is
I'm gonna
bullshit.
say is they're already ugly as shit. They're already ugly as fuck. Because sometimes, like, just to be completely honest here, sometimes, maybe it's because I'm a villain now, sometimes that skill might be hitting. Now, all I'm saying is, one punch Trump just kind of made me mad because the first thing that goes in my head is just Trump just hitting somebody with, like, he's trying to go for the leg twitcher, trying to hit him with that reach real quick. He just goes with
He's like, oh. Hey, wait. Does he get that hump in his back? He get that hump. Was like,
yeah.
Oh, that's it. You done, homie. He's like, this normally doesn't happen.
You gotta do that twitch like you doing that old Harlem Shake back in the day. Yeah, later for a second.
Oh, God damn it. I'm done with y'all. I'm done with y'all. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, God damn it. Oh god. But no, I'm sorry, we got another super chat. Renkai Bushi coming through with the $9.99 super chat says, just spreading a bit of the stimmy to Blur without fear, Carter Cybot, and the rest of the Brotherhood of Shadows. Thank you. Then I said Carter Cybot.
Carter Cybot. Hey, I fuck with noobs though. I fuck with noobs. That's I respect it.
Low. Continue. I'm here for it.
Now that I've been doing the Blerd Cave a lot more, I have a lot more bread in my pocket than I thought I would. So like now I have my own assistant, Miss Gladys. Miss Gladys, can you write down Carter Cybot, please? Right there, right next to the mask mamba. Can you write that down, Miss Gladys? Thank you.
This man, get it? No, and her name is Gladys. Lord, Did we see the guy dressed like groundskeeper Willie? Yes, I did. Lord,
I did see that.
Dude, somebody posted. I think it was Charming Sir Nick posted this shit in the Discord. I was fucking dying off the shit. It was a dude. It was a white guy standing outside his apartment, and he was calling white folks all kind of shit. It was like I'm talking about it. It was an older white man, like he's probably like in his like probably in his 50s, maybe mid to late 50s, maybe early. I'd say early to mid 50s, give or take.
Okay.
I mean, he was calling them all. I ain't gonna say it on here because I don't want anybody to be like, "Oh, Blerd's racist." No, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna play the game. I've already been called sexist. You're not gonna call me racist too in the same breath. I'm sorry. We just won't. we just will not allow it. But motherfucker was like, he was calling them all kind of C words and saltines. I was dead. I love it. Let's see here. One pump chump Trump Lord. See?
Oh, God,
that's gonna be the thing. Dude, but it's true though. It's true. Motherfuckers, look. Remember, okay, this is how, and I'm gonna say this one last thing, and then I want to just move on because I do want to point out something. I saw R. Jack Fellhead said something that kind of struck me. But remember when Barack Obama was elected president? Like, remember?
Yeah, I seem to remember something like that happening.
And to channel Barack.
Mm-hmm.
Let me be clear. White folks was out here burning mannequins and dolls and mock-ups of Barack Obama. They were literally like had posters with him hanging from a noose and on fire. Even actually had an actual dummy dressed and mocked up to look like Barack Obama and had him swinging from a rope like being hung and on fire. And yet, when everyone just pointed out the obvious fact that Donald Trump committed election fraud to get elected, everybody's like, "Oh, you're just triggered. You're just triggered." But meanwhile, you're out here burning whole ass dummies made up to look like a black man being lynched and burned to death. You're out here storming the Capitol building because your boy, like, who does that? Like, I gotta channel Giancarlo Esposito in The Boys season 2 and be like, this is a white man's luxury. Black folks ain't allowed to lash out like this. These motherfuckers rode tanks down on Black Lives Matter, had a whole army sitting on the steps of the Capitol building when Black Lives Matter was in town. These white folks roll up with some axes and guns and tasers and fucking zip ties. Who shows up with zip ties to a protest? That means you're planning on taking a motherfucker hostage. You're planning on taking a motherfucker hostage. And then and people won't even say what it is. They're like, no, they're just disenfranchised. No, you are terrorists. You are traitors. This is what they call, if you look it up in the dictionary, this is what they call sedition. And it used to be a crime punishable by death. And honestly, I think, maybe I should keep my motherfucking mouth shut. But I feel like if you are committing sedition, you got to go. And by got to go, I don't mean you get to go on a trip to like we're not doing this like the Running Man. Right there, you gonna catch some hands. look, we ain't gonna do you like on the Running Man where they pretend that you went off to Hawaii. No, and your ass was really dead. No, we're just gonna be like, no, this motherfucker gone. And Ted Cruz, lying ass Ted Cruz, and punk ass pussy ass Lindsey Graham out here like, oh, we've always spoken up against the president's seditious rhetoric. No, you haven't. You motherfuckers were kissing his ass. Ted Cruz was out here campaigning and holding the cape, putting on the cape for Donald Trump while this man was making fun of his wife. He was calling his wife a fat, ugly pig on live television where millions of people are watching, and Ted Cruz on the phone the next day. We would really appreciate if you'd come down and vote for our president, our future president, Donald Trump. Like, dude, fuck you, dude. You ain't shit. I wish a motherfucker would talk some shit about my family, about my wife, my children, and then expect me to ride for him. I'd be like, fuck you, dude. No, we ain't doing it. We ain't doing it. Anyway, carrying on, because we got super chats. Nick Carwell with the $5 super chat says, have you seen the Ace Vane DCAU voiceovers? No, I have not. I don't believe I have. talking about the DC animated universe, like they're going back and doing like I guess redos of the voice acting from the DCAU. No, I'm gonna have to look this up. I'm actually have to look this up, Nick. Gabriel Knight with the 14.99 super chat says, just passing through the show. Support to Blerd and Carter. I've got to make that paper today, but I'll catch up on the whole show tomorrow. Dude, we appreciate that. We appreciate that.
Appreciate that, man.
Much appreciated. And then also we got, last but not least, Jay Rye with the $5 super chat says, sup, Blerd, letting you know your boy is in the building. I'm a little late, but much love. Hey, look, you're here. That's all that matters. You could be anywhere on the internet right now. And yet, you came here. You pulled up, sat down, you pulled up a seat to listen to your Uncle Blerd and Uncle Carter dish out the good word. But Fan Brawl said Tommy Lauren pissed me off the most. Dude, Tommy Lauren's a whole bitch. I'm sorry. And you know what? I'll take the L for that one. Yes, I called that woman a bitch. Yes, I call them like I see them. If you met Tommy Lauren and didn't walk away with the sum total that she is a bitch, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, and the dude that tased himself in the nuts, hey, that's what you get. Yeah, I think that deserves. I think that deserves a.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Yeah, that's what it deserves. That's what it deserves. Hey, motherfuckers fuck up. Motherfuckers fuck up. Hey, you know.
Yeah.
But that said, you know, Carter, let's go ahead and get into it. I figure this is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna alternate. We're gonna alternate top 10s.
Yeah.
We'll each give ours, and we'll go back and forth. I don't know. Knowing Carter, there's probably some overlap. Not a lot, but I think there's gonna be a little bit of overlap between our top 10s. But if one comes up, yeah, we'll bring it up. But I guess Carter,
okay, cool.
Do you want to kick it off, or you want me to kick it off?
Okay, we can kick it off. So mine aren't in any particular order.
Ooh.
I'll say that right now. They're not in any order. This is just some hits. Do have some paperwork done.
Oh, this man got paper.
He
wrote it down, physical copy.
That's how you know this. Yeah, this is how you know this is official. Okay, so just off rip, because I know this was one that I don't think a lot of you all were reading, but it most definitely deserves a look. Even though I know the creator of these is kind of a shit show right now.
Oh shit! Who is it?
So one book I'd say was one of my favorites of 2020 was actually the Angel reboot from Boom Studios.
Ooh.
Yeah,
you've actually talked about that. You've talked about that series.
Yeah,
on more than a couple of occasions, I believe.
Yes, and I know Joss Whedon isn't in the most positive light right now, but the thing about this Boom Studios run is it is a complete reboot of everything. I don't even think they have to get his approval anymore, like Dark Horse.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think they have to do that like Dark Horse did. So they're able to take a lot of fucking liberties with this book to where it's still the characters you know and you loved from the show, but with a current up-to-date twist on them. Like, fucking Gunn is running around here beating motherfuckers up for IG clicks and stuff like that. So, you know, the way people are meeting and this way and that way, it kind of goes into another book as well. But yeah, that's my first one. I still got some more though. But yeah, that's one of the first ones.
That's your number. You say yours aren't in any particular order.
Yeah, mine aren't in any order whatsoever. I couldn't do that. I would have been up for hours trying to do that shit.
Oh man,
I was having arguments with myself. Like, should I put this one here? God damn it, no! I have to put this. No, fuck. So yeah, we just in no particular order.
Well, I mean that is fair. That is fair. Mine kind of are. I'm that asshole. I'm that asshole. I put mine in a particular order, which I guess is why I agonized over mine so much.
Here's the thing, though. You can do stuff like that because that's what heroes do.
That's true.
I'm not that no more in 2021.
You a villain. You don't do that shit. You,
I do
you
whatever the
villain.
fuck I want. And yes, Black Nito, you are correct. Miss Gladys did type this up for me if you need to know
On
all my business like that. Yes, she did.
Was it on Hellfire
No,
Trading
no.
Company letterhead?
Hey, mind your business. But I see the stamp right there. The stamp. If you want to see it, nah, you ain't.
You ain't got
privy to that.
clearance.
No,
You ain't got clearance.
No, mind your business. Yeah, mind your business.
You hate shit. Hey, Kang James, thank you so much for this. I love your show. It's crazy because I got my wife into comics because I watch you so much. Dude, thank you for that. Thank you for that. That actually means a lot because, well, A, it means that you're enjoying my content, but also means that I'm doing my job, that I can, the continued preaching of the Blerd Without Fear can actually get people into comics. That's what I'm talking about. At least it lets me know that I am doing my job. That's what it's letting me know. We also got us a $2 super chat. Let's see, this one is coming in from the homie Shaman 05 line. It says, the masked or the last masked Blerd router. Oh god. Oh, God. Hey, look, don't make me bust my mask out. All right, look. Okay, first off, some of you follow me on Twitter. Y'all already know I've actually started going by the nickname Magnegro. Don't play with me. Y'all will fuck around one day and see me on the look. There's gonna be a Blerd Cave. I'm not gonna say what's gonna happen, but one day y'all go turn this motherfucker on, and I'm gonna pull up with the actual Magneto helmet. I'll be like, yeah, what's up, motherfuckers?
Oh god.
That's
I'm not
right,
even,
your
I'm not
boy.
gonna be on that. I'm not even gonna be on that show. I'm
No,
not gonna
'cause
say it
you'll-
right now. I'm not even gonna be on that show. That's full undivided attention. I'm gonna be just like everybody else. They're like, I know damn well he did not just put that fucking okay.
It's like, no, he did it. He did it. He did it. He did that shit. No, and actually, you know what to do just to be an asshole? I'm not going to just start the show with it. I'm going to wait a while. And then be like, oh, yeah, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. And then slide the helmet on. My name is Magnegro. Hey, big homie Sean Terrell says, coming through with the $10 super chat, says, kind of late, but happy new year from Mr. Sean from Everything's Blurred to y'all fellas. I hope 2021 bring y'all much success. Thank you, big homie Sean, because, hey, you out here putting respect on our name. I mean, that is what it is. But thank you so much for that. Y'all make sure y'all go check out Everything's Blurred. And man, real quick too, just so y'all know, man, we hope that if it hasn't been stated enough in the past, Blerd Cave and the members videos, Patreon videos, past Blerd Cave, whatever. We hope you guys are having a wonderful. I know it's off to a rough start, but I hope you guys are having a happy 2021. Better 2021 than 2020.
Yes.
May the tears you cried in 2020 lube the cheeks you clap in 2021. Thank you, Black Gay Comic Geek, for sending me that on Twitter, because I have actually been saying it quite a lot. I actually said it to my wife the other day, and she thought it was hilarious. She fell out laughing. She was like, "Lord," like I was like, "Hey," I was like, one of my internet peers sent this to me and said it sounded like something I was saying. She was like, "Yeah, that does sound like something you would say," and I was like, the world knows me now. I feel seen.
So I'm looking at chat right now,
Mm-hmm.
and chat is saying that if you're gonna come in with that Magneto helmet, then Carter better have that Professor helmet on decky. And I had a quick response as to why Carter wasn't gonna do no shit like that. And then I immediately see Losersaurus saying, "Nah, Carter will just have a picture of Xavier's wheelchair for that cave episode."
Dude, I feel like you have now been seen. Just the wheel. Look, and you know what? It ain't even gonna be the fancy floating wheelchair. It's just gonna be a wheelchair.
Yeah.
It'll just be a wheelchair. A regular ass, like not even a good wheelchair. Like the motherfuckers they give you when you go to the hospital, like when you getting ready to leave. It's just like the temporary, like the loaner wheelchair. This raggedy and shit. It's gonna be one of them motherfuckers. Like a wheelchair you'd find in the Saw headquarters.
See, I don't like the fact that this person knows me so well and I'm being a villain. Luchasaurus, you got to go in the hole right now. You got to go in the hole right now. You got to go for it. You got to villain. Nobody should know. No. It is too early for people to know very in-depth things about the villain of the story. We just on issue 2. Get your ass out of here. You going in the hole for a minute. No.
Said hole. Lord, Lord, he sit him down there with Victor Creed. Lord, no, he didn't deserve that. He didn't deserve that. He said Cerebro replica helmet is expensive as fuck. Yeah, nah, it really is. It really is.
I can believe it.
The Magneto ones are actually relatively cheap, but yeah, the Cerebro helmets, especially, you want at least if you want a good looking one, yeah, you gonna spend some money. But I guess let's keep it moving on. I'm gonna give you my number 10.
Okay.
My number 10 is very simple. I'm going to give you all fair warning. Al Ewing is going to show up twice on this list. And the reason why is because of a little comic called We Only Find Them When They Are Dead. That's right. We only find them when they're dead. This is a little ditty by, this is Al Ewing and Simone DeMeo. This is a comic that just really did me in this past year. It was a comic that I honestly was not paying, honestly, I only checked it out on the strength of Al Ewing's name.
Yeah.
On the strength of Al Ewing's name. And matter of fact, I think this book initially dropped roughly around the time that Empire was going on. Because I was like, I just feel like Al Ewing is not putting his heart and soul into this. And now I know why. Because he was writing this shit. He was writing this shit on the slick. And I'm not going to lie, I think this is, it's not the same type of story. It's apples and oranges. But I feel like it is a much better story than what we got from Marvel's Empire, the stuff that Al Ewing did write. But this is a book about a world where gods... There's actual physical evidence that gods exist. However, all the gods are dead. There are no living gods. And there's space. I forget what year it takes place in, but it's in like the far-flung future. I think it's like 23, 25, something or other. But that part's not as important, but just know that space travel is fairly common, and it's this group of people, I believe it's Captain Malik, basically, and his crew. What they do is they're scavengers. So what they do is they travel throughout space looking for dead gods, and what they do is they harvest the flesh, the eyes, the teeth, the bones, all that stuff. And mind you, these gods are not human size. They are colossal. These motherfuckers are like Galactus size. And yeah, it's I would even say in a lot of cases bigger than Galactus. I'm talking about just beyond belief in size. And the whole idea of this comic is that these guys who are scavenging, for these pieces of gods, the problem lies in that they're other people are doing the same thing. It's not just one group. People are having to lay claims on stuff, and there's legality behind it. So what Captain Malik and his crew plot to do is to do something no one's ever done before, and that is to basically contradict the title of the comic. And what they want to do is they want to find a god that's alive. And that's their whole mission. But the whole time they're doing this, they're being dogged by a mercenary who has beef with Captain Malik. And yeah, it just kind of goes from there. But yeah, it's a really, it's a solid comic. Like I said, there's no capes. There's no capes, no mask in this comic. This is a straight up sci-fi. But I loved it. I freaking loved it. This comic is just great. It's just it's simple. You know what it kind of reminds me of? Remember how you were telling me how fast you could get through an issue of Invincible just because they let the art do a lot of the talking for itself? there's
Yes,
a lot
yes,
of, I mean,
yes,
there's a lot of dialogue, but it's kind of similar. Like you could get through an issue of, you could get through an issue of this like that because a lot of it's visual. Like a lot of it's visual, but yeah, and I like Simone DeMeo's art in this book. But yeah, I see that we have another super chat here. Oh, wait a minute. Victor Creed with the $5 super chat says, I actually spend more time with Maura McTaggart than I do in the hole. Ooh!
Oh my God!
That man said Maura X has been coming down to the hole. or rather, Victor Creed has been taking it to the... Oh, no, I'm not going to say it.
Wow. He really said, wow. Okay. Okay, then.
Look, Victor Creed got that hat tilted to the side, like Adam Beasy on Oz. Dude, wait a minute. Black News, hashtag free Lusasaurus. Y'all ain't shit. Thank you for this. Actually, everybody that's been super chat, thank you for the super chats. We really appreciate it.
Yes.
Also, if you do me a favor too, if you can, if you have not done so already, make sure you are tapping or rather Hulk smashing that like button so that we can let YouTube know where everyone's favorite place to be on Saturdays is. Let's make them understand. Let's make them realize what we're all about today.
Yes.
Carter, what's your next one?
Yes. So I was actually taking time and I was looking at the list that I made and I tried to see if I could put them in an order since that's what we're doing. And I think I got my top 10 right here. So if Angel is going to be my number 10, my number 9 is going to be a book that I never planned on reading, that I never knew existed. And then people started to bring up a Humble Bundle.
Oh.
So my number, people started putting this Humble Bundle in Discord with several books that you could get for a stupid cheap. So this was one of the first ones I started reading. So my number 9 is going to be Farmhand.
Ooh. Farmhand.
Rob Gilroy.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
Rob Gilroy book, image book. It's gross. It's so weird and just like ew. But if you've read his book Chew,
okay, yeah,
it's that kind of like kind of squeamish kind of thing. So the basic premise of this is basically a family goes back home. The guy is kind of in a rut right now, trying to figure out what he wants to do. His dad is known throughout this entire town because his dad has a farm. The farm, it grows appendages. It grows body parts. If you need a hand, you go to his dad at the farm. He got your hand. You need a kidney, a lung, or anything like that. This is who you go to. But now, with everything that is going on, you can't really say a whole lot because you're spoiling it. Because I did not expect that particular part of them just like planting and being able to like just put different body parts in the ground and they just start growing into these weird appendages, but they're all green. And so, because like the dad literally has a green thumb, like a
legit green thumb. Oh wow!
So that's one of those books to where I don't want to tell you all anything about it. I'll just recommend it. So that's one of those I would say if you're in your local comic shop. And by this point they have trades out because it was on Humble Bundle.
Yeah,
Humble Bundle actually. So the first 2 trades are out. If you're actually in your local comic shop on a Wednesday and you see that trade floating around in the image section or something like that, give it a read. Give it a read. Be prepared to be like, ew, what the fuck? But at the same time, that was good. There were a lot of rumors that might actually get put into a show on AMC, which is the best place for it, just because of how gross and just squeamish it is. But yeah, number 9 is gonna be Farmhand for me. Give it a read.
Ooh. So I saw somebody say they said look like Stan the Man on the image I had up there for a minute. Now I'm looking at it like now I can't unsee it. Now I'm imagining Stan Lee with a green thumb. That's all I'm gonna see from now on. I'm not mad about
Lusasaurus, I have read. I have returned from the land of darkness.
Oh damn! It's cold down there. Cold. Oh yeah, we got a $5 super chat. J Rye says, "Why do you think Donald Blake hasn't had a run-in with Null yet? And if he did, do you think he could even put up a fight? That butter knife he got.
I don't think you know,
dude. That butter
I
knife.
ain't even have to say it.
Look, hashtag butter knife.
Like, man, have you not been reading Thor? Have you seen what Donald Blake's butter knife has been doing to everybody?
Dude.
So I don't think anything's gonna happen with Donald Blake and Noel just because I think Donald Blake. Okay, I'm a villain, and I said I would never say this word on the last show. I said I would never say it again, but this is the second time, and I'm a villain. I can do what I want. Shut up. But I think when it pertains to Noel, Donald Blake is more so. I don't care about that nigga. And then he's going back and trying to fight all the Thor. He's trying to go kill everybody that's ever had the Thor power. So that's how I think Donald Blake is looking at that right now, because I was quick to tell people that the Donald Blake stuff wasn't happening at the same time the Noel stuff was. And then we start reading King in Black and motherfuckers still don't know where Thor is. So I'm just like, whoa, okay.
And we still got 3 more issues to go on that storyline. There's still 3 more issues to go. And he did not it so far, he's already clapped up a Thor. Like other than like Beta Ray Bill. He's clapped up one other. I think it was Red Norvell. He fucked that motherfucker up. That motherfucker's on the slab. Beta Ray Bill got off light compared to Red Norvell.
I will say, I was at a comic shop and I was actually getting. I was in there looking at some DC Young Animal books I was trying to read. So I grabbed Thor and I read that, and when I saw Throg, I dropped the book and hollered because I did not expect
dude, for Throg.
I did not expect Donald Blake to fight Throg, bro.
Dude, well, no, what got me? No, I'm gonna tell you what got me is when Thor pulled up, and Beta Ray was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna hit up my homie Lockjaw."
Just asking about Thor.
Yeah. Look, Thor showed up. We ain't got no Lousa, but we got Thor. Thor was like, Thor was like, "Oh yeah, by the way, he said he had to go help his homie." And when he said help a homie, I was like, "Who are you talking about?" And then when we got to the end of the book, I was like, "Wow, that's who he was." I was like, why? I was like, are they doing some tie-in with the Inhumans? I was like, are they trying to say explain his presence away because they're about to bring the Inhumans back, or is he like going to go pull up to the Eternals or some shit because they just came back? But no, they were like, nah, he's hanging with Throg, you know. Just saying. But yeah, no, that whole comic. Oh, dude, Donny can't. I'm not gonna lie. I think, hey, this might be a controversial statement. I don't know. I think Thor has been better than King in Black. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I think Thor's been better than King in Black. I think Donny Cates is writing too much.
Oh wow!
I think he's writing too much.
Well, I wouldn't say. Well, that I don't have an opinion on. I won't say that Thor is better than King in Black. One reason being, we've only had 2 issues of King in Black. It just seems like more, just because the tie-ins have been dog shit.
That is true. Ooh, man, the tie-ins have been. Ugh.
Well, you know what? Let me not.
No, Return of the Valkyrie was good. I liked Return of the Valkyrie. It
read it last night. Did not expect to see my guy, and that's what made me read it, because I was putting my list. I was putting my list together, right? And I just see a thumbnail. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't even see my boy. I saw Valkyrie say his name, and I said, hold up. And that's when I went back and I looked it up, and I said, I know, okay, yep, got to read this. So yeah, Return of the Valkyrie was good. Immortal Hulk was good. The thing with it's just everything else, they're doing what they used to do. Yeah. Where you just got tie-in books that just have the name of the event you have going on, but they don't really have fuck all to do with that. But if they do, it's very minuscule. Right. It's very, very minuscule. So yeah,
I think the only time this really had something to do with is Black Cat. Black Cat actually had something to do with, but other than that, all the rest of them are just whatever.
Yeah, it's like, y'all know damn well this ain't got shit to do with this. Like, get the fuck out of here. I think that's why you feel like that, but I would like, honestly, I wasn't really fucking with Kate's Thor run originally. Like when I saw
I wasn't either.
Stuff, okay.
I wasn't either. It was because everybody's like, "Oh, Thor's a herald of Galactus now." Oh, okay, yeah, but I'm not.
So me personally, like, I'm still of the realm of he still got a ways to go before he hit Jason Aaron levels. I'm not saying you specifically, but I will say a lot of y'all asses in chat and a lot of people that I have seen on Twitter, like, I know your ass is hurt because you've been riding Donny Cates' dick a little bit too hard over there, okay? I understand his story is good, but it's like I said on Twitter, and Donny Cates agreed with me, and he said it to me on Twitter. Y'all not finna sit here and act like Jason Aaron shit did not exist. I know his Avengers isn't as solid, but y'all not just finna fucking sit here and act like Jason Aaron's Thor run.
Oh no, I still stand by the Thor run. Jason, that's honestly okay. Let me be real with you. Jason Aaron's Thor is my Thor. That's my Thor. But like I like Donny Cates' Thor a lot. Don't get me wrong, I like his Thor a lot. But I think Jason Aaron. I mean, and granted, we're putting several years worth of Thor comics up against just a few months of Thor's comics. But the thing is, at the end of the day, so far, I think that Donny Cates is hitting his stride, and then I say let's give it another couple of years and then see where Thor is sitting at under Donny Cates after that. But I feel like Donny Cates just did better and more consistent work when he wasn't spread so thin. Not saying he's spread thin, but just saying like he's having to oversee King in Black. He's writing Thor. He's writing Venom, which by proxy is a part of King in Black. He's also writing stuff for Image, and I think he might even still be writing stuff for Aftershock. I think he has some other Marvel comic. Oh, he's gonna be writing Beta Ray Bill. He's gonna be writing all this different stuff, and it's like, oh man, I think we need to just keep him on like one or two books. I feel like he shines when he's only on like one or two books. But I will say that I'm giving it a fair chance. LJ Brown with the £5 super chat says, "What up, Ernie Carter, aka Mr. No Plate Lord?" He said, "Did you hear about the casting rumors for Patriot in Falcon and the Winter Soldier? Hashtag Luchasaurus is free at last." Yeah, look, goddamn, look. Look. Okay, so yes, I did hear about it. I actually kind of slick wanted to talk about that today, but it didn't. We decided to do this instead. I'm here for it. I think it is going to happen because we've already seen so much young Avengers setup. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We've seen Kate Bishop, America Chavez. We already know about Stature. Stature's been recast. So we know that's gonna be a thing for it was Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Mania, and whatever else. We got Miss Marvel. We've got even though technically she's not a young Avenger, but she's a champion. But still, I feel like she'll get roped into that. We know about Ironheart. Once again, not a young Avenger, a champion, but we know probably get roped into that. We know Wicked and Hulkling have been rumored to appear in WandaVision and or Doctor Strange of the Multiverse of Madness. So and not to mention Patriot would just be a shoo-in. And we've also gotten the second Falcon. So once again, not a young Avenger, a champion, but like previously stated, will probably be rolled in. So yeah, I'm here for it. Make it happen. Sign me up. Y'all know the drill.
I will say just I saw this last night because I know that with this being LA, they like to promote a lot of the big fancy shit coming out because I knew about Wonder Woman 84 just because it was on all kind of posters and shit all down the beach or whatever. But I was actually going to work last night and I was going through Hollywood and I actually saw some posters and signage for WandaVision. And I think it may have spoiled some shit just from the poster I saw, but you really have to look at it.
Okay.
So I think those posters, I'll tell you after the show, but I think those posters may have just confirmed some shit from what I saw last night.
Mm-hmm.
So there might be some people to be looking out for.
Oh yeah, no, I think so. Man, we got another one. Man, thank y'all, dude. Mr. Fries
Appreciate
998, $5 super chat. Says Daniel Warren Johnson, writing / drawing Beta Ray Bill. His work is incredible. Read Wonder Woman Dead Earth. Once again, look, you already see.
Hey.
Bam. He said, here it is. Bam. Oh, dude, and like I said, I'm not gonna lie. The art, I like his art style. I like his art style.
This book was off the chain. Oh yeah.
I like his art style, so I'm really curious to see how it plays out. We also got Don Shada 24 with the 499 super chat. Says salute to y'all. Cates is one of the best writers. Period. Thor is absolutely amazing. Like I said, especially dude. Like I said, the thing is, I think Cates is a great ideas man. He's really good at coming up with things that no one else thinks about. Like he's able to come up with stuff that like no one had the goddamn temerity to make Donald Blake a villain. No one. And yet here we are.
Yeah.
But let's keep it moving. Because I don't think I've given my next one. Yeah, I've not given my number 9. I've not given my number 9. So here, let's go do it. My number 9 is going to be and I've talked about this comic so much, so it should not be a surprise to anybody that it is that has made the list. However,
okay.
My number 9 is going to be Bad Mother by Chris Faust and Mike Diodato Jr. This is actually it right here. But once again, I've talked about the story before, so I won't spend a whole heap of lot of time selling it. But just know this is a story about a woman who is, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, her name is April. She is just a regular, schmegular person. She's not a ex-CIA agency. She's not ex-military. She's not a former cop. She's not trained in various and sundry League of Shadows, martial arts, or anything like that. She's just a regular-ass woman who happens to be a suburban mom and a housewife. That's what she is. She's a mom and a housewife. And one day, her daughter, who does not appreciate her, gets kidnapped.
Shit.
Oh yeah, no, her daughter's shit. Her daughter's shit. Actually, and that little boy ain't shit either. She has a son too, and her husband ain't shit either. But basically, the daughter, who is being rather awful to her mother, gets kidnapped by sex traffickers, and the police are not helping. The police are not helping. No one believes her. Everyone thinks that she just is off with her boyfriend, which technically that's kind of how she got roped into this. And they're basically telling her, just wait, she'll come home. This is just what teenagers do. And come to find out, she knows better. She knows her daughter is in trouble. And she does everything within her power to get her daughter back. Like, and I will dare say, going on some... Like, I'm not going to say she turns into, like, Charles Bronson or anything, or, like, Liam Neeson from Taken, but, like, she goes the extra mile. Like, she actually, like there's a part in the comic where, and I don't want to spoil this for Carter because I know he hasn't finished it, but there's a part in the comic where she actually does have to put hands on somebody. And it's wild. And I love it because, like, it feels real. It doesn't feel like some drama. Like okay, if we were to watch this as a movie, the mom would somehow suddenly get superpowers. She would suddenly be able to lift a car over her head like Superman in his first appearance on Action Comics. She would be cutting flips like fucking Black Widow in the MCU. No. This is like, I'm talking about she's having a fight, like a real, like some shit you see on World Star Hip Hop. Like, the only thing missing from the fight in this book is someone literally like pulling something here, like World Star, and then put the camera on the fight. That's the only, like, y'all remember that motherfucker got hit with that twisted T? Some shit like that. That's what the fight looks like. It looks like some bullshit like that. But I love it. And the comic's good because they actually take the time. She like Krista Faust and Mike Diodato Jr. actually took the time to really craft a beautiful and while albeit sad story, but one that like is like empowering at the same time. And I've said it multiple times. This should be a movie. This comic should be a movie.
Yeah.
If someone in Hollywood has not figured it out yet, this comic needs to be a movie. And if it is, I'm gonna tell you right now, I would go see it on opening night. No bullshit.
There are some people in that book, just the way Mike Deodato drew them, where, okay, I know that actor. I know that actor. I know that actress. Like, the way he drew them, I can already see, like, these are the people he wants in that role if this shit was a film or TV show. So
Yeah.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, just right off rip. Let's see here. We got us a. Oh, we got, dude, y'all are coming in clutch, man, dude. We appreciate y'all. Damn. Monumental Comics with a $5 super chat says she went Farrah Fawcett and burned a bed on somebody. Look, let me tell you. Look, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. What was it? One of my favorite lines from one of my favorite RZA songs. "The day that God is 1,000 years." That is, I got the heart of Faye Dunaway whipping that child with the coat rack. Look, let me tell you something. Look, you ain't been hit. You been hit with the goddamn coat hanger. I'm gonna tell you right now. It seems like such an odd thing, but there you go. It seems like, but man, we appreciate. Thank you so much, Monumental Comics. Thank you so much. But man, dude, it's what it is, though. It is what it is. But yeah, it's hilarious to me. It's hilarious to me. Let's get Carter. What's your number?
Okay.
What's your number 8?
All right, looking on the list here. So this number 8 might get me in trouble.
Oh shit.
This number 8 might get me in trouble from you.
Oh shit.
Because this might get me in trouble because
I already know what it is. Go ahead and say it.
I think so, and I think the reason being, you're gonna think I got that shit too low, but my number 8 is gonna be Die.
Oh, okay. All right.
Look,
I'm with you.
Look, you thought you knew some shit, didn't you?
I thought it did. I was like, just go ahead and say Sentry. Just go ahead and fucking say Sentry, goddamn it. I was like, goddamn, stop being an asshole about it. Just go ahead and say fucking Sentry. Shit, motherfucker. And then he's like, nah, psych, psych, little ninja.
Yeah, my number 8 is absolutely gonna be Die. I wasn't paying that book any kind of fucking attention. I had seen several issues. I hadn't seen the issues. I'd seen the covers, and I thought the covers looked amazing.
The covers are fucking gorgeous.
Yeah, and it wasn't until you actually spoke up about it. Because I know you talked about the old Saturday morning cartoon that it was basically based on. I had never seen nor heard of that cartoon before.
Okay.
Just to put that out there. So I didn't know what the fuck to expect. Well, I had an idea, and then I read the book, and that book completely caught me the fuck off guard with you think you know where it's going to go, and that shit it completely veers left. It just, you think you have an idea of this person's probably going to do this or this, and it's like, nope, this is not that kind of story. So if there are moments where you think, okay, I see it's going to go this way, this person could very well do some of the most selfish shit you've seen and get these people killed, and just, it's a whole thing, dude. Like,
oh yeah, it's nuanced. It's very nuanced.
Yeah, and I love how real it is when it pertains to the characters, because these are damaged people, and they don't try to portray them as like somebody with like a heart of gold. Because sometimes they do some foul shit in this book, but
oh yeah,
they do some foul shit, but at the same time, you could see an actual human being. You could see a person doing some shit like that.
Oh yeah,
just everything that's going on right now, or just with their mind state or how they look at the world and perceive things, you could actually see that person doing that as opposed to the comic book route of them doing this. So Die was a really, really good book. I think they just finished the last arc.
Yeah, they just put out issue 15 last month, I believe.
Yeah, so Die is absolutely going to be my number 8. It had to be on this list because I was not expecting a lot, and I got a shitload. So,
well, you know, I tell you what, you know what? We'll keep it here because even though technically it's not my number 8, it is my number 6. So we'll just go. I'll maybe chime in maybe a hair more there too. But I do want to say that, like, for those who understand, like, I did a video about the first arc. I need to actually do a video about the second arc. But basically the whole premise of the comic is that these guys, these characters that you're following are characters who are they were children. Well, I say children. They were teenagers. But yeah, whatever. Take your pick. They were teenagers who were playing a game. Like, they would always get together and play Dungeons and Dragons, playing tabletop RPGs. And then one day their boy, like, if you're a person who's ever played Dungeons and Dragons or Shadowrun or Cyberpunk, whatever, any of these tabletop RPGs, you probably know what I'm talking about when you say you always got that one dude who's always running the game. He comes, he says, yeah, guess what? I got some shit y'all ain't never played before. And that's basically what happens. But what we learn is that the world that this guy is putting them in this RPG it's actually real. It's an actual real world, and these teenagers got teleported to the world they were actually, like, playing the game in. And then one day, like, and they're missing. They've literally been gone. Like, missing for a long time, and when they come, for years, and then one day they just magically reappear out of nowhere, and one of them is missing, and one of them has one less arm than they went in with, and they're having to actually cope with what happened, and then they wind up getting sucked back into the game after they've had PTSD from the shit. And then you just imagine, now that they're trapped in this world, the fact that they have to just carry on in it, and they're trying to beat the game to try and get back home, but now they're becoming their characters. They're becoming the characters that they played in the game, and they're just doing shit. Like, there was one point, like, if you read the first arc, there's one of the characters, I won't say who, 2 of them actually, that pull a move that you're like, dude, fuck y'all. I'm like, dude, fuck this motherfucker. And, like, but the thing is, it is what it is. It just is what it is. I ain't gonna say who it is, but, like, there's some motherfuckers that pull some bullshit in that story. And, like, I think everybody in that comic fucks up at some point. Like, at some point or other, just about every character does some bullshit that's like, you're like, oh my God, really? You gonna do your boys like that? Dude, fuck you. Like, all right. And then it all comes back around. But yeah, Die is amazing. It's a great comic. Like, if you've never seen, like what Carter's talking about is the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. Like, y'all, some of you may remember the old Dungeons and Dragons cartoon that was based off the RPG. Remember that show got canceled. So I don't think they ever actually had a conclusion to it. But Die is essentially a spiritual successor to the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. It's like a, what if those kids came back home? What would their life be like after living in the world of Dungeons and Dragons? Only Die is a far deadlier world.
I think Dungeons and Dragons could be an even deadlier world if they take it from an adult standpoint, and I think that's what this book does really well. It's like, there are consequences. You can bleed from this. Yeah, there is no cut to a commercial break about fucking Apple Jacks. Like, no.
Motherfuckers are getting clapped. Like, motherfuckers are getting clapped. And just like any good RPG, each of the characters represents a certain, like, type of class. Like, there's a guy who's very obviously a thief. There's a character who's very obviously a paladin. There's another character who's very obviously kind of like I don't want to say kind of like a weird. Some of the classes are kind of mixed up, but, like, you see the tropes. There's one character who's very clearly like your bard, but instead of dealing with music, it's just like words. They're really good at, like, talking to other people and getting people to do what they want. One of my favorite characters, I think his name is Matt. The one black character, the Grief Knight. That's my dude.
Grief Knight.
Dude, that's my dude. I love that motherfucker. even though he kind of wild pussy sometimes.
Oh yeah, but this last arc when he found some shit out that he did not know and he just kind of cut loose, boy.
Woo! Dude.
Let's say it like this. A hurt motherfucker is the worst one to make mad. If you already in your feelings, Oh my god.
And that's the thing. His power is predicated on him being upset about something. Him being in his feelings about something. That's what makes him powerful. And it's just like, oh my god, dude, this is too much.
So like think of like for all my light-skinned people in the chat, think about how you feel when your girl did some foul shit and you started bumping old Drake songs. What if you got powers from doing that shit? That's the grief. That's the grief.
Damn it. Not Drake. Not Drake. Not Drake.
Okay,
oh my god.
Jason Davidson in chat just asked. I'm gonna ask you. I would say yes at this because it's kind of young adult. But
it is.
Is this something? Okay, is this something my 14-year-old son could read?
I think so. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. There are some suggestive themes.
Yes.
In the comic. I think they could read it. I would just say, I would say depending on, and I always say, you will always be the better judge of what your child can handle. But I would say if you think that they could handle some suggestive themes, I would say yes. And I'm gonna go and tell you now, Gillen pulls no punches. Gillen pulls no. Anyone who's familiar with Kieran Gillen, he is. Some of you may be more familiar because right now he's currently writing Eternals. The Eternals that just relaunched this week. But he also writes what was it, Wicked and the Divine, if I'm not mistaken. He also wrote. He was also writing X-Men around the time of Schism. Around the time I think Schism was a thing, he was writing X-Men.
It was all right. It was better than Fraction shit.
It wasn't the best.
The characters we're getting right now in the MCU for the Young Avengers, they're taking it from his stuff. They're taking it from his run.
Right.
Like damn near tit for tat. They're taking it from Gillen's run. So
Yeah, no, I mean it's like a PG-13 comic. I would say it's not exactly rated R. But like I said, there are some themes. Yeah. They do deal with some themes in this comic. Namely, people fucking each other over, and there's some sexuality. People wrestling with PTSD and dealing with like the loss of people they care about. There is death. There is violence. There are people doing things that are kind of questionable. It just is what it is. But I would say, me personally, I would let I have a 15-year-old. I would feel comfortable letting them read it. Even back when they were like 14 or 13, I would be comfortable with them reading it. But it's just because, once again, I'm like, it's one of those things. It's out there. You'll see it. They'll see it eventually. So may as well go ahead and let them see it the way you want them to see it. But that's it. I'm gonna go ahead and throw mine. I just kind of chimed on that one. That's not my number 8. It's actually my number 6. But I'm gonna go and just say right off rip, y'all aren't ready for mine or maybe you are, because I talk about it a good bit too, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Mine is going to be Firepower.
Okay.
Firepower is... Oh yeah, no, dude, it's got to be Firepower.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh, yeah. My number 8 is Firepower. This one by Robert Kirkman and Chris Samney. Dude, this book is lit. And pun intended. Pun intended. But this is an awesome story about a character named Owen who is basically his parents died, and he's going on this quest to kind of rediscover like what happened to them, whatever. He kind of learns that they were a part of this secret hidden society, and he goes to find answers, and come to find out this is some ancient kung fu monastery, and it's this society that they harnessed the power of the fireball. So like you see your boy sit up here, Owen, and he's throwing that whole ass Hadouken. It's yes, that's what he's doing. That ain't no Rasengan right there. But basically, the reason why this comic is important is because Owen is the first person in their society in over 1,000 some odd years to actually be able to harness the power of the fireball. Like, everyone else has been trying, but no one's been able to actually do it in over 1,000 years. And he's kind of become this focal point where there's divisions within the society that he comes from, and there's people who want to kill him, and there's people who want to save him because they feel like he can, I don't want to say bring balance to the force, but he can stop something very bad from happening. But all the while these people are hunting him down, Owen has left that lifestyle. He's no longer at the monastery. He actually leaves the monastery like well before all this shit pops off. He's living in the suburbs. He's married. This is an Asian guy. Even though his name is Owen, he is actually an Asian character. But Owen is out here. He got him a white wife. He got him 2 little mixed babies. This man is selling furniture for a living. His kids think he is the most boring man on the face of the planet. Meanwhile, they think mom is the coolest motherfucker on earth because she's a cop. And they're like, oh yeah, she's out doing dangerous shit every day. But what little do they know, their dad is a whole ass ninja assassin. Yeah. Like, this comic, I won't lie. The first issue didn't necessarily like rope me in like right off rip, but like it had me curious. And then what Robert Kirkman and Chris Samney did, and what Skybound as a whole did, they didn't just release 1 issue of Firepower when they first put this comic out. They put out 2 issues. And the reason why is because the second issue flows directly into the first, and there's no dialogue except for like 1 sentence. Because the entire second issue is 1 fight. These ninjas that are from his society break into his home, and like and I'm talking about like this is some straight up like if you've ever watched anything ninja related, it's like that. These motherfuckers are walking on the walls. They're sneaking in silently, not making a noise. They're just appearing out of the shadows. And this dude is beating the brakes off a whole ass squad of ninja assassins in his kid's bedroom while they are sleeping. And do not wake them up. They are going hard in the paint, but silently. And dude, it is like, there's one point literally they are hovering like less than like a foot away from where I think his daughter or son are sleeping at the moment. It is just wild. And I don't even want to spoil like some of the cool reveals in it, but when you learn more about what is going on with Owen and who knows about his secrets and who doesn't, dude, it just, I love it. It, like, honestly, Firepower, I think Robert Kirkman, what he did, he basically kind of channeled a shonen anime but making it more adult. Because, like, this isn't like, some teenagers. This is a grown-ass man. He's got bills. This man's got rent. He's got car insurance. This man's got to pay utilities. First off, this dude's got to pay taxes. This man has to go to the DMV to get his car registered every year. That's what I'm saying. This is a whole ass grown man. So basically, hey, what's going on, Metal Ryan? How you doing? But no, the fires that would have messed up the Air Jordans. Oh yeah, the J's. Look, I don't know, but I will say this: there's a point to let you guys know how serious Owen is with the fireball. If he was a Street Fighter character, the level of fireball he would make, you couldn't fit it on the screen. Like, there's a point where he hit somebody with a fireball so big, it would literally take up the whole screen. Like, it would be like some Marvel versus Capcom shit. Like, he could do some bullshit. And then you find out there's other people out there who are just as deadly. They may not be able to throw the fireball, but, like, they are, like, it's like some fucking, I don't want to say, like, Ninja Scrolls type business, but it's some bad motherfuckers out there and they don't care. They don't care who they hurt. But Owen, like honestly, Robert Kirkman made an Iron Fist. He basically made an Iron Fist comic that's not Marvel. That's basically what he did. It's like a what if Iron Fist was an Asian man and not a white man. He wasn't rich, but he made decent money and could take care of his family, could live in a nice neighborhood, and one day he got motherfuckers pulled up trying to fight. And that's what it is. But I think they're on issue number 7 or 8 right now. I think it was number 8. I think that just came out, maybe. I've slept since I did the top. Like this comic, I'll put it this way. This comic has consistently made the top 5. For those of you who are patrons and channel members, you know what I'm talking about. This comic has consistently made the top 5 every week that it has come out. Every time.
Yeah.
Every time. So yeah, definitely go check it out. I guess before we jump into year number 7, it's actually taking longer than I thought it would.
Yeah.
We might have to like power through some of these. We do actually have we actually got some super chats here. Let's see what we got.
Hey.
Let's see. I saw. Let me make sure. I want to scroll back. I want to make sure I haven't missed anything. Cause...
That's what I'm doing too.
Yeah. Okay. So we got it. Let's see here. Boom. We got this motherfucker. Let's see. We got Keenan Mike Hamilton said, did Alistair end up with the power in Wonder Woman 84? He wished for Maxwell's greatness, which could be the Stone's power. Maxwell wasn't a great guy. Okay, so I don't think that was the case, but you never know. I honestly am not going to try and get inside Patty Jenkins' head anymore because it's a very not okay place. And I'm not trying to be dismissive towards Patty Jenkins. I just think she's confused and doesn't know what the hell she was doing in that damn movie. I mean, it is what it is. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Maxwell Lord's done. I think he's done.
Yeah.
In the DCEU. I think he's done. Now there are some, like, 'cause I know a lot of people said, "Oh, well, what if he comes back, or what if they do something with Alistair?" My thing is that the Wonder Woman that Patty Jenkins is trying to sell y'all is not the Wonder Woman that you all are familiar with. Or I'm not saying familiar with, but the Wonder Woman you probably want. Like, a lot of us wanted the Wonder Woman from the comics. She wants the Wonder Woman from the TV show. Like, it's kind of like if you like, case in point, you ever watch Incredible Hulk and you're like, this isn't comic book Hulk, but it's Hulk. The reason why is because the Incredible Hulk with Edward Norton, that was more a love letter to the TV show, The Incredible Hulk.
Okay.
That's why, like, if people ever wonder, like, dude, what the hell is going on with this? Like, if you ever watch The Incredible Hulk, you're like, dude, why is this movie just all over the place? It's not because they're not trying to be like comic book Hulk. They're basically, the Incredible Hulk movie is basically supposed to be like, hey, what if we did the live action TV show with a modern day budget?
Okay.
With a $100 million budget. If we had the effects to where we didn't have to put a dude in some green makeup, and we could actually have a legit comic book sized Hulk, what would happen if we could do that? And that's what the Incredible Hulk is. That's the same thing with Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman is basically like, what if we could make the old Linda Carter Wonder Woman show, but with like a Marvel MCU budget? That's what Wonder Woman is. So that's why I'm just kind of like, I don't know. I'm kind of done with Wonder. Like, I love Wonder Woman, but I'm done with the movies of Wonder Woman. Like, I'm just like, no, y'all are backsliding. Y'all had it and then you lost it. But no, I don't think Alistair has his powers. I think they're done with that whole entire arc. But let's keep it moving, man, because I think we're just now getting number 7. Number 7, Carter. What is your number 7 comic?
Number 7, really easy one. I think a lot of you people may have forgotten about it. Revenge of the Cosmic Ghost Rider is going to be my number 7. Cosmic Ghost Rider, Donny Cates' creation, one of the most OP characters I think currently in Marvel right now. I think he's trying to get somebody that's up there with Sentry in levels of bustedness. He is. Oh yeah. If you don't know who the Cosmic Ghost Rider is, it's not Johnny Blaze, it's not Danny Ketch. It is
It's
actually
not even
Frank
Robbie
Castle.
Reyes. Robbie Reyes. It ain't him either.
Not even Robbie. It ain't even Robbie. Robbie chilling with the Avengers right now. This is actually Frank Castle, the Punisher. He dies. He becomes a Ghost Rider. A little bit after that, he becomes a Herald of Galactus. A little bit after that, he becomes Thanos' right-hand man. And then, as the book tells you, he was a Guardian of the Galaxy for like 1 minute. Basically, it's the Revenge of the Cosmic Ghost Rider was a really cool little mini series. It's basically Frank finding out that a gentleman by the name of the Cosmic King, who is basically a space warlord, is looking for him. He's trying to get the power of the Cosmic Ghost Rider, and there's some Mephisto shenanigans in there as well, where basically they're slowly realizing some stuff about Frank's soul, and maybe if they put his soul back inside of him, that power will be gone. Then maybe we can get it. I don't really want to go into details about that. The one thing I will tell people is that first issue. Just read that first issue. That first issue had a really good moment in it where. Because the one thing I failed to mention was that he's back in time. You know,
Okay.
He went back in time. That's how he ended up in current Marvel. Cosmic Ghost Rider is actually millions of years old.
Yeah.
And the one reason I always bring up that first issue when I have recommended that miniseries to people is just because he's in current Marvel. But at this point in this first issue, he's just kind of done. He's just kind of finished. Think how John Bernthal was in the Punisher series that first season. After everything that happened in Daredevil, he was just kind of trying to wipe his hands of it. I'm finished. I'm ready to go.
We also got to remember he was responsible for Baby Thanos.
Yes, the reason he was Thanos' right hand was because he raised a baby Thanos, and I didn't want to mention that part, but just seeing
Dude,
that was great. That was great. He actually raises a baby Thanos and then goes and tries to kill that Thanos because he thought by him raising him, he could be a decent human being. No, he was just Thanos wearing a Punisher fit.
yeah, that's all it was. All it was.
He was just Thanos with a Punisher drip.
He's trying to redeem himself from that L that he
Pretty much. But that first issue is really, really good. I'll go ahead and tell you all just my favorite part of it. I think it was basically the ending. He's basically done with everything, and he goes to the grave of his wife. I'm pretty sure I don't have to explain Frank Castle's whole origin to anybody. But in the process of him going to his wife's grave, he actually meets current MCU, current Marvel Frank Castle Punisher. And the thing about Cosmic Ghost Rider is he's been alive so long, he's kind of mellowed out. So there are going to be a few things that you're going to see him say and things that you see him do you won't think that the current Punisher would do just because you're so stuck on that one. But this is a motherfucker who's been here a while. So he's mellowed out, and basically the Cosmic Ghost Rider Cosmic Frank is more shocked that current Frank can actually see him and keep a straight face. And the one thing I like about this book is it brings up something a lot of people do not bring up. It brings up a book called Frankencastle that was done by Rick Remender. I think a lot of you motherfuckers forgot about. And because Cosmic Frank is looking at current Frank and is like, I'm shocked that you're taking this so well. And he's like, dude, I was a Frankenstein for a minute. People don't give me a lot of credit for the shit that I could just take, or the shit that I just got some sense.
Yeah.
So them bringing that up was just a shock to me. But basically, it ends up being a one-on-one fight between current Frank Castle and the Cosmic Ghost Rider, where he kind of caught Cosmic Ghost Rider off guard. He's like, wait, what the fuck? We just went from having a conversation. What's going on? Why are we fighting? And all current Frank is telling him is, you know what you did. Now, you don't know what he did. I don't know what the fuck he did. But through the fight, it gets to basically a standstill where Cosmic Ghost Rider is like, look. He basically says what Superman said to Batman and BVS. If I wanted it, you... Okay, so... He basically just asked him, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you know what you did. Or, like, do you not see what I'm wearing? Like, I could give it to you. at any point, Frank. And basically he says, you've gone back in time. You have all this power. You still didn't think to save them.
Oh, damn.
You did all of this
Damn.
shit. You've been alive for millions of fucking years, and you still couldn't save our family. Why the fuck did you not save our family? And this is where the gut punch happens, and it's basically Cosmic Ghost Rider. He looks at it, he freezes for a minute because it sinks in what he meant, and he just looks at him and he's like, "We're the Punisher. We deserve to be punished too." And then he gets on his motorcycle and he rides the fuck off, and then you have current Frank just losing his shit. But
dude, I love it. I love it.
Yeah, that first
that
issue, that was great. And I will also say that it is a miniseries that has ended. It does not end on a happy note as Punisher story, because I like the way that this book was done, because it was a Ghost Rider story, it was a space story, Guardians of the Galaxy, cosmic Marvel, but at the end it was still a Punisher story. And sometimes, even though there's a lot of cool shit that happens, Punisher stories ain't pretty. So
no,
that's my number 7, Revenge of the Cosmic Ghost Rider. It's good. Check it out.
All right. Here, let's see. I think we got us a real quick. We got us a couple of super chats here, I think. Yep, we do. Jace Davidson says, support. I love not all the knowledge and rapport. I finna write a sermon, and y'all got me tied up trying to hear what comics I should get into. Thanks. Hey, look, we appreciate you. We appreciate you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Like I said, if there's anything that we can impart, if there's any wisdom that we can impart, I think it's then we did our job. So thank you. Timothy McCall with the $5 super chat says, firepower is fire, pun intended. And
Yes.
Bring back Nightcrawler when he had the beard and X-Men Red. Ooh, I think you might be getting that. And Carter, I bought the Wonder Woman Dead Earth book. Dope. See, there you go.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Look at it.
You're welcome.
There, Nightcrawler
Hey.
is. Oh, this dude, I swear, I feel like he keeps that Wonder Woman Dead Earth just ready, just ready.
It's literally right next to me with those Invincible compendiums. Don't play with me.
Damn. Well,
Don't
you know
play with me.
the funny thing is you bring up Nightcrawler. They just announced yesterday Nightcrawler's getting his own book. Or not his own. I think it's a team book that he's getting, but or it's a book about. I don't remember what it's called. I think it's Book of X. I can't remember exactly. I'll have to look it up.
Okay.
But yeah, it's supposed to be him with a squad. Like because I remember in the Reign of X, like the poster they made, there was a shot of Nightcrawler just sitting off to the side reading a book with an X on it, and I was like, oh, I wonder what that's gonna pertain to. They really haven't focused on Nightcrawler any since House of X, and it's like, oh, Nightcrawler out here about to get gangster. Okay, let's go. Way of X. That's what it is. The Way of X. Thank you, Tubes the One. Yes. So. I wonder if it's actually going to tie into his musings about the religion of the X-Men. Because that was something they actually teased way early. I think a lot of people probably don't even remember, but they actually teased him wanting to start a religion for mutant kind. I don't know if that'll factor into it at all, but I literally just saw a picture and kept on moving. I know nothing. That said, it's time for my number 7, and this is going to be one that's going to be funny because it's actually it's actually the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Oh, goddamn! It's actually the thumbnail for the show today. But the book that grabbed my attention this year that just honestly surprised the absolute fuck out of me. I'll be the first. I'll be one of the first ones to say it. But here, let's pull this up. Bam! It is gonna be Once and Future by Kieran Gillen and Dan Moore. This one is Man, just a good book. Just solid, straight from the top to the bottom, man. Kieran Gillen making the list twice. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? Dude, Kieran Gillen just out here. He's like, I'm getting my coins. We're not paying him. But anyway, Kieran Gillen. I mean, we're buying the comics. We're not paying this man. Once and Future by Kieran Gillen and Dan Moore. This is a comic that is, if you're into Die, I think you could really find something to like here, because this is straight up medieval fantasy in a modern day setting. Basically, where we kick off with this comic is there's this woman named Bridget who is she used to be a monster hunter and back in the day. And now you fast forward to the future. She's an old grand. She's a grandma. She's sitting in the old folks' retirement home. She's sitting here crocheting some shit for somebody. God only knows who. And someone just, like, the news is on the background, and, like, someone just passingly mentions that an artifact was stolen. Like, some ancient Arthurian legendary artifact that isn't even something that sounds particularly important. It almost sounds like they're mentioning it in an offhand way. And she isn't even paying the news any attention, but she hears that one part and she says, oh, well, shit, I gots to go. And she calls her grandson, Duncan, who is the gentleman here pictured, who looks grizzled as fuck here, but when you start this comic off, he is not grizzled as fuck. He's actually just a museum curator. Yeah. He is not here for any of this. But over the course of the story, he starts getting more gangster. Because he didn't realize his granny was out here packing the strap. Matter of fact, like, she calls up her grandson, hey, yo, I need you to take me somewhere. She busts out of the old folks' home, busts out of the L7 Square, pulls up to a secret location where you need an invitation, and she opens up the cache, and it ain't nothing but rocket launchers, Uzis, Uzi 9mm, Mac 10s, Mac 11s, Desert Eagle .50s, motherfucking chain guns. Was it? I think the heifer even had old Painless in there from Predator. Oh, wow. And her son is just like, what the hell? And come to find out what's going on is that these nationalists, and they're essentially white nationalists, but that's neither here nor there. What they're trying to do is this group of nationalist terrorists are trying to take back England. And what they're doing is they are, and I don't want to give away too much, but they're trying to resurrect this ancient Arthurian legend. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you, they do, but just like Luke Skywalker told us in the trailer for Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi, this is not going to go the way you think. Because when that motherfucker comes back, this is how you can tell nationalists don't do their homework.
Yeah.
They resurrected a motherfucker who wanted to keep England pure. Well, these nationalists aren't exactly pure. They actually come from other areas. They aren't native Englanders. Not by birth, at least. Or not by, like, heritage, at least. And when they resurrect this motherfucker, he starts killing them. Yeah. Because he's like, yeah, you ain't pure. You ain't pure. And that's kind of where the story kicks off. Like, these like, to give you an idea, these motherfuckers out here fighting chimeras and shit.
Yeah.
They're going toe-to-toe with the Green Knight. There's actually one of my favorite issues of Once and Future happened not that long ago. There's an issue where Duncan and Bridget and Duncan's girlfriend, who also gets roped into this. For some of you who don't know the story of the Green Knight, the whole story of the Green Knight is that this guy who is the Green Knight, he pulls up and says, hey, I want to play a game. If you can kill me, you get blah, 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 blah. But if you don't kill me, in a year's time, I'm going to come back and kill you. And the story plays out about the way you would expect. Because, like, they literally, one of them, I won't say who, one of them steps up to the plate and says, all right, I'll do it. And picks up a battle axe, lops that motherfucker's head off.
Oh, shit.
And everybody's like, oh, shit, you did it. Then next thing you know, motherfucker stands back up, pops his head back on his shoulders. He's like, all right, cool. See you in a year. And just walks off.
Oh, oh, wow.
Like, they are dealing with some real deal Arthurian legends in this. Like, it's basically like, yeah, if you could just take the Knights of the Round and all that medieval fantasy stuff, Excalibur, all that shit, and meld it down into a modern setting. Like, pretend all that shit exists in a modern today setting. And that's what's going on. Basically, this is a grandmother and her grandson, and by proxy, his girlfriend, going trekking across the continent, trying to stop this ancient evil that's trying to perpetuate itself across the world thanks to these dumb nationalists. And then everything else that kind of spills out of that. And, like, I love the characters. Like, I love the growth that you see out of Duncan, because he does start off as, he's wild pussy. He's wild pussy when the comic starts off. Like, he's just like, but Granny! When you see this issue right here, this motherfucker's like, nah, all right, I got to pull the sword. I got to pull the goddamn sword out. And the granny dude and the grandma dude, Bridget is that motherfucker. Like, she's the type of motherfucker, she'll be like, baby, let me crochet you this hat, cause baby, your head gonna get cold. And then as soon as she put that hat on, she's like, all right, now you go run along. Grandma's got to go kill this chimera. That's the type of grandma you got right there. I love it. It's just a fantastic comic. It's real fun. It doesn't take itself uber seriously, but I mean, it's a very serious comic, but it's got some lighthearted shit in it. Like, it's very awesome. But anyways, neither here nor there. Let's see. Let's keep it. Do we have any? I'm a double check real quick. You never know. I like to. I don't want to miss anything. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, and someone, Luzosaurus brought up there is a movie coming out called The Green Knight, and I'm looking very forward. That's actually one of my favorite Arthurian legends.
I forgot about that movie.
Yeah, that movie is coming out. I think within the next couple. I think is it next month? I think that movie comes out next.
Oh wow.
I think it comes out next month. I'm not don't quote me 100% on that. Let me see. I'm actually looking it up now. The Green Knight 2021 film. It was the movie was supposed to come out last year in June.
Last year, yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, but it says, okay, so now A24 Films has it listed as July 30th of this year. So it's actually a little bit further back. So yeah, they basically pushed it back a little over a year. But yeah, dude, if you haven't seen it, I'm going to try right now, look up the trailer for it. It's the same studio that made Hereditary and Midsummer. And dude, it looks amazing, dude. Oh, God, I can't wait. I cannot wait. Woo! Can't wait. Anyway, why did I channel the dude from Tales from the Hood? Like, I should have said the shit. Ooh,
That's
shit.
what I heard.
God damn. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? God Lord. Anyway, Carter, what is your number 6?
6. My number 6 is an Image title from a writer that I've always been a fan of, because he was one of the first Image books I'd read. This is a book from Justin Jordan, and this book is called Dead Body Road, Bad Blood. It is actually a sequel to a book he did years ago called Dead Body Road. It seems like with this newest iteration of the book called Bad Blood, it's more going to be like this kind of action crime. It's an anthology series. This book in particular came out this year. So this book basically revolves around a woman by the name of Bree Hale. When you first see her, she's just a woman that runs a bar. And her family has always been known as a piece of shit. She's the one that more so, she's a piece of shit family member that made good, in the sense, not the traditional sense, but she didn't do as bad as her relatives did. You see Bree, she was in the military for a little bit, but she also had another life of crime as well, because you have to have a life of crime if you're a hard-edged woman in an Image book. So Basically the story is this: Bree just wants nothing to do with her family. She's just trying to chill, get the fuck away from me, let me do me, you all do you all. But her brother, her younger brother, basically gets involved with a local crime boss in the town that they live in, and this crime boss, he won't be he more he didn't killing is an overstatement. He want to do
Yeah.
shit you can't, what you used to not be able to say on cable. Um, basically how well, you know what, fuck it, the book's already over with. I hope me recommending, even though I'm telling you what's happening, I hope you also give it a look. Basically what happens is this crime lord is looking for Bree's brother because Bree fucked his wife, or Bree's brother.
Goddamn.
Bree's brother fucked this crime lord's wife, and then proceeds to try to talk the wife into running away with him because the wife liked Bree's brother. I can't remember his fucking name for the life of me. Anyway, Bree's brother is the worst of the worst. When they talk about that, when they say how much that family is a shit show, her brother is the prime example of that. She's the one that made it good. Okay, her brother gets into an entanglement with the crime lord's wife, talks the crime lord's wife into running away with him, but the crime lord's wife also has a child with the crime lord. And in the process of them trying to run away together, he do some random shit that just happened in stories like these. The crime lord's child ends up dying because of Bree's brother.
Oh, damn.
And now we have a revenge story to where the crime boss is, to be quite honest, well within his means to want to fuck this dude up for taking his baby away from him.
Oh,
But
shit.
then on the other end of that, we have Bree, who wants nothing to do with her fucking family, but at the same time, this is still my little brother. This is still my family. This is still a little boy I raised. I can't just let you do this. And that's where the clashing starts. That's where the action starts. That's where you realize Bree is not to be fucked with, just like this crime boss is not to be fucked with. So we just got two bulls going at it. Both have great reasons for, because the thing about Bree, she can't stand her brother, but that's still her brother. And I think we all have those family members.
Yeah.
You can't stand them, but you better not fuck with them. That's basically what this story is right now. So,
Dude, Nathan Lemieux said Bree's brother is sorry as fuck.
yeah.
Damn.
It's very kind of random how it happens. It's basically Bree's brother, in the process of trying to get this crime lord. The crime lord's name is Monk. There is a reason they call him Monk. Think like Kingpin from Daredevil, but that ain't fat. That's just muscle.
Just muscle, just straight muscle.
Yeah.
Damn.
So, or think like what's that damn anime, Baki. Think one of them big.
Oh
motherfuckers,
goddamn! One of the
motherfuckers.
big, like just muscle on like an inhuman number of muscles.
Yeah, just like an old head, but he got muscles like that. So basically,
Damn.
in the process of Bree's brother trying to get Monk's wife to pack all her shit, let's go. They have a child together, and he's trying to rush her to get the fuck out of Monk's mansion and the building that they're all in. And in the process of him pushing her to be like, "Move, bitch, hurry up," she trips, and she has her child in her arms, and they fall down the fucking stairs.
Oh damn!
And they kills the kid. The girl is still all right, but now she knows, oh my god, you just killed my baby, you just killed our kid, but at the same time, he's going to kill me because I was running away with you and I let this happen. So just that story is fucked. But that's the basic premise of it. He's out for revenge. Like there's literally toward the end of the issue, or toward the end of the series, it's an issue with Bree and Monk. They finally face off. and he explains to her why he wants a brother. And you don't even like your motherfucking brother. This motherfucker did this. I don't give a fuck that he fucked her, but he did this. And you know you don't like him. Most definitely don't like him. So what the fuck is the problem here? And she just more so said, it's my fucking brother, dude. You think I'm gonna let you come after my brother?
Right.
So think of like it, you know what I'm saying? So you damned if you do, damned if you don't, but it's literally two bulls just locking
like
heads.
just butting heads. Damn.
Yeah. And it's Justin Jordan. And if you know Justin Jordan from the Luther Strode series, which I'm a huge fan of, it gets violent, it gets rough, but it is done in a really cool way, and the art is fucking amazing, just like with the first series, because the first series was more so a revenge story, kind of like, I think more so like the Punisher and stuff like that, but it was really good. And I had never seen chase scenes done in a comic the way they were done in that book, because it's like you can see it actually moving, the way the art was really well done in that book. But yeah, Dead Body Road, Bad Blood, really good crime story, really good book from Justin Jordan. You all knew there was going to be some Image on my top 10, so there we go.
Well, once again, I already said my, I already gave my number 6. It was, for those that do not remember, it was Die. So, you know, you guys know that. So I guess what will and I guess, you know, just because, you know, there's always someone who probably comes in a little late, so just in case you want to see what it looks like, that was my number 6. It was the same as Carter's. It was your number 8, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so so that was my number 6, so I'm not gonna say anything more about it because we kind of talked about it at great length anyway.
So now we in top 5 territory.
Oh yeah. This is top 5. This is top 5 time. So and I'm gonna be honest with you. This is what's gonna separate. This was gonna separate the you know, the hitters from the killers. The killers from the lame asses. This is gonna separate the sloths from the real dogs.
There you go.
It's like it's what we got. It's what we got to do. So that said, Carter, what's your number 5, brother?
Number 5, really easy, because I know you want to kind of get through these. X-Force.
Okay, all right.
We've talked about X-Force. We've talked about X-Force way too many times on this show, on your videos, on every other comic person's videos. X-Force is too damn good. X-Force had to be on this list.
Oh yeah, dude. Okay. So, and I want to point out something. I actually had a rule. I put up a little rule from not for you, but for myself personally. For myself personally, I was like, you know what? I don't want to have a bunch of X books. Yeah, I don't have a bunch of X books. I was like, so I'm gonna pick one.
Yep.
I'm gonna pick one because I was like, honestly, all right. Let's see, how many X books are there? There's X-Men, X-Force, X-Factor, Marauders. We've got what was it? Hellions.
Hellions.
We've got Cable. We've got Wolverine. We just got Sword. Let's see what I know. I'm forgetting one. Oh, Excalibur.
Excalibur. Yeah.
New Mutants. That's 10 books.
Oh, shit.
And then we're about to get The Way of X.
Yeah.
And I think I think X Corp is still happening. I think X Corp is still going to wind up happening. So that's 12 books. I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. So I basically said, no, I'm only going to allow one X book for myself personally. Now, I am sad to say, mine is not X-Force. It would have been. Mine, actually, okay, so it was, I think y'all hear me say this all the time in my videos. I always say that the best X books out right now is X-Force and Marauders fighting for my money every week. Out here, just like, hand over that $4 or $5. However, and as consistent as X-Force and Marauders has been, I'm man, I'm gonna be that asshole. I'm gonna be that asshole because my number 5. Dude, my number 5 was that motherfucking Hellions.
They already saying it in the chat. They knew.
Hellions, goddammit. Hellions. God, and you know what? If it was not for Hellions, it would have been a tie between like X-Force and Marauders. I would have said like it's like picking my favorite child, which oddly enough is not that difficult. But however, well, I mean, one's a teenager, one's a baby. So it's like whatever. But
that Mr. Sinister got your ass, huh?
Oh yeah. But no, Hellions is my book largely because this is Zeb Wells and Steve Segovia. They did such. Okay, look at this fucking roster.
Yeah.
Look at this motherfucking roster.
Okay.
Havoc, Wild Child, Orphan Maker, and Nanny. Well, he used to be called Scalp Hunter. He goes by Grey Crow now. Because Scalp Hunter is problematic. We got Empath. And then you got Psylocke with and not Betsy Braddock. I'm talking about Quanon. And you got Mr. Sinister. Dude, most of this roster I don't give a fuck about. I've never been that big of a Havoc guy. I think Havoc's cool, but he's not a character. I'm just like, man, I wonder what Havoc's doing right now. I'm never saying that. I've never said that. Quanon is really like the one character, other than maybe Mr. Sinister, that I was like, okay, I'll check it out for them.
Yeah.
But Zeb Wells actually made me care about every last single one of these characters. He's changed my opinion about every last single one of these characters. Empath included, especially with the issue that came. Well, even before that, but because I just thought it was funny for him to get his ass kicked. But really, after this last issue, this last issue, I was like, dude, Empath is a motherfucker. I like this son of a bitch. I was like, I like him. I like him now, goddamn. He's still a piece of shit, but I like him. But yeah, and we've talked about the X books on, so we don't have to spend that much time on them. Like y'all know the vibes. Y'all been with the channel any stretch of time. You know what we think. So there you go. There's that. So with that, let's go ahead and move it on over to number 4. Let's move on to number 4.
Number 4 for me. Oh, this will get me in trouble.
Oh shit.
Number 4 for me was Venom.
Venom. Woo!
Number 4 for me was Venom. That's gonna get a lot of people on my ass.
Hey, look. Yeah. It is what it is. Look, Donny Cates was out here. He was out here. Venom was lit.
Yeah. Yes.
Venom was lit.
And my main reason my main reason for having it at number 4, because here's the thing, I fought for this just because I was gonna swap Venom and X-Force, and one reason being it's just, truth be told, I did not want to like Venom. I didn't. One reason being, I didn't give a shit to read about Eddie Brock. I'm gonna be completely honest with everybody. Oh god,
dude! Even Donny Cates has talked shit about Eddie Brock, like through the pages, and like through the lens of other characters, he's talked shit about Eddie Brock.
Yeah. So I didn't want to read about Eddie Brock, and I had been reading Venom again when Remender had Flash Thompson in the role. So I was already coming off of that. Plus, I do know, because people don't like to admit it, even though a lot of people are fans of Flash Thompson, he did have his low points, and that was when everybody except fucking Rick Remender wrote him. When Cullen Bunn wrote Venom, it was ass. When they went to Venom Space Marine, basically, it was ass. But there was a lot of shit. And Bendis kind of did his thing when he had him in Guardians of the Galaxy, but going from that to where Flash Thompson just fucking vanishes and we don't know what happened to him. And then we have Mike DaCosta with fucking Lee Price. I don't know who the fuck he expected to like that book.
No.
And then we go from Lee Price to, guys, we have a special announcement. Eddie Brock is coming back to Venom. So at that point, I'm just like, dude, I don't give a fuck. And then I started reading it.
It's good.
God damn it.
It's good.
Like, I don't even feel like that's Eddie. Well, that's how I make myself feel better. I think of it like not being Eddie Brock, but that book. Dwayne Scott in chat. In my mind, Eddie Brock is still falling. You ain't shit for that,
dude. Yes, motherfucker. You know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm gonna say nothing. I'm gonna tell you something. I was one of those nerds that I was really a stickler for them to continue what was already done. Because the last time we had seen Eddie Brock, I think, was Carnage USA when he was working for the government. Now, I could be wrong about this. I'm fairly certain somebody will correct me in the chat if they know what they're talking about. Was Carnage USA? Well, I think it was Carnage USA, where basically he comes back and he finds this book or this cult. He has this religious cult that wants to bring Carnage back, and Eddie Brock is working with the government, trying to put the symbiote down. Long story short, they get the Venom symbiote and everything like that, and Eddie Brock ends up killing some people that are in the military. Basically, he just does a fucking heel turn to get the Venom symbiote back. Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, are we gonna keep that same energy where he technically just killed some government people? It basically just went bad so he could have that fucking symbiote back. Plot threat was never picked up again, and now we have Donny Cates. We have Donny Cates stuff. So
Donny Cates has put him on a redemption arc.
Donny Cates made me anticipate Eddie Brock Venom books again. Donny Cates, I will say, is probably one of the best writers at Marvel right now, because to come from somebody like me who wanted absolutely nothing to do with fucking Eddie Brock, because of all these different Venoms, the fact that I wanted nothing to do with that character, and he has completely made me do a turnaround. That says a lot about him as a writer. So King in Black tie-in issues notwithstanding, all those fucking Web of Venom books.
just falling.
Yeah, like all those fucking King in Black tie-in books, all those fucking Web of Venom minis, all that, neither here nor there. Just the straight Donny Cates Venom book was phenomenal. And I know people are gonna be pissed I didn't have it higher, but yeah, number 4 is Venom.
I'm gonna be, dude. You know what? I'll go and say it right now. And motherfuckers gonna be real mad at me. It's not even on my list.
Oh my
it ain't
God.
on my list. It's an honorable mention. It's an honorable mention. I guess actually, it's one of those, like, there were too many good books. But I did appreciate Splash saying Hellions is a shame. Hellions is this good. It make no sense for Hellions to be as good as it is. True. Hellions should not be as good as it is. It shouldn't be. On paper, Hellions should not be good. Honestly, I'm with you, Carter, though. What you said about Venom, I felt the same way. When I found out Venom was getting relaunched and Eddie Brock was back, I was like, so? It was like someone came in and was like, dude, guess what? Eddie Brock's back in the suit. We got Eddie Brock back. I was like, I don't give a fuck. And then I read that first issue and I was like, oh, so this is what we doing. Yeah. Okay. All right. We're going to tie Venom into Beowulf.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Whatever. Oh, we're tying him into Thor? Oh, all right. I guess. And then next thing, Null show up and I'm like, oh, that's what we're doing. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, cool.
I'll never forget Pete. I'll never forget the looks on people's faces, how they looked at me like I was a complete piece of shit, because I was in a comic store getting some books, and I found out about Eddie Brock Venom, and I don't know why it came out of my mouth, but it's like, nah, I just read that on one of those sites online. Like, I just didn't give a fuck, and I'm in a comic store, flat out saying, nah, I'm just gonna read that shit illegally online. Nah.
That man said, "I don't give a
And just the
motherfucker."
look
That
I got was just like, you're
Dude,
a piece of shit. So,
I guarantee you, motherfuckers
yeah,
probably wanted to whip your ass right there off rip. I guarantee.
yeah, that's where
you.
some of the villain started getting sprinkled in around that time. But yeah, number 4, Venom. What is your number 4, sir?
Okay, so mine, and this is actually the reason why. We do not have Venom on the list. This book actually bumped Venom off of my top 10 list, and this is actually one because my mileage with this writer has varied.
Okay.
A lot. But here we go. This is it right here. So, my number 4 is Something is Killing the Children by James Tiny and the Fourth and Werther Deladera. Man, this book.
I knew that. Was
Nah, this book is lit. Lit, I tell you. It's fucking fantastic. This book is, for those who are not familiar with Something is Killing the Children, it's a story about a little sleepy town of Archer's Peak where a bunch of children have come up missing. Now, the local law enforcement is writing it off as, either they ran away from home or maybe they were kidnapped, possibly. But one thing's for certain, they definitely don't believe that there are monsters roaming the countryside killing kids. And that's exactly what is happening.
Okay.
There's a monster roaming the borderlands of Archer's Peak, and it is snatching up children left and fucking right. And I don't mean just, it threw the kid down into a well. No, the monster is legit eating them, like ripping them apart, eviscerating them, like killing them in ways that you can't show on the FX channel. Like HBO would have a hard time showing what this monster is doing to the children.
Jesus.
And this one kid in particular, one day he and his friends, they're hanging out and they're talking about, I think they're playing they're playing a game kind of like Truth or Dare, basically. And the kid's basically trying to talk about how they're talking about monsters. He's trying to convince them there's a monster in the woods. Now the kid is joking. He's fucking around. But when they go out into the woods, they actually legit run into a monster and it kills all of Homeboy's friends, and he's the only one who gets away. Everyone thinks that he killed them.
He did it. Yeah.
Everybody thinks he did it because everybody's like, he doesn't have an alibi. He doesn't have a good reason. He had to be the one that killed him.
Yeah.
And then one day, this girl, the girl that's on the picture here, strolls into fucking town wearing her little mask with the weird grin on it and these big ass anime-sized green eyes, which actually it's not it's not an aesthetic like, oh, this is just the way they draw, or like there is something up with her, because that's the first thing people notice about her is that her eyes are fucking huge. It's almost like kind of what we talked about with Battle Angel. Like I actually believe if they made a live action movie of this, they would do some kind of trick on her eyes to make them weird looking. But like this chick named Erica Slaughter comes to town, and her whole thing is she works for an organization that sanctions her to kill these monsters. And and it's like they don't like, I don't want to go too terribly far much more deeper than that, but just know that the first, you know what, man, I don't even want to spoil this part of it. I'll just say this about Something's Killing Children. The first arc that came out in 2019, it left me shook when they came out with the follow-up issue and the comic was still going. Because they kind of hit a point where, without going too deep into it, they basically hit a logical conclusion. But they were like, nope, there's more. And they did it, and you know, James Tiny and the Fourth did it in such a way where I was like, oh wow, I didn't even think about that. That was never even a possibility to me that this could happen. And then they wind up having even more shit happening. Like you know the way I talk about Paper Girls? I say that Paper Girls is what I felt Stranger Things should have been.
Yeah. Okay.
I like from a sci-fi perspective. Yeah. I feel like Something is Killing the Children is what Stranger Things should be from a horror perspective. Like, because these kids are not safe.
I got you.
They're not safe. This monster is out here clapping kids left and right. I think by the time you get into like the second or third issue, you find that like dozens of children have been killed by the monster. Like dozens of children. And there's like little stuff that you start to learn about the monster and how and why people don't believe it exists. And there's more going on with Erica than what you may actually realize at first. There's this organization goes deeper than what we even can imagine that's monitoring this whole scenario. And just, dude, it like I said, this is a story that like, I read this, actually it was a, I don't even remember who recommended it to me, but man, when the comic was like, I think 2 or 3 issues in, so this was like at least a year or so ago, I remember someone in the comments said, hey, you really need to read Something's Killing the Children. And I was like, all right, I'll put it on the list. And then eventually I got to it, I was like, oh wow, I wish I was reading this from the jump. The book is that good, and it's still going. I think they're on issue like 13 or 14 right now. But man, I'm not gonna lie. Say what you will about James Tynion's because he's writing Batman. He's currently writing Batman. Say what you will about his Batman. Say what you will about the times that he wrote Justice League. This book is head and shoulders better than anything he's written for DC. And I will take the goddamn Pepsi challenge with this book versus James Tynion IV. Anything else he's ever written, I would read this over anything else he's written for DC Comics. The stuff he's writing, honestly, I'm gonna tell you what, y'all probably noticed this, but Boom Studios has showed up multiple times on this list. And there's a lot of comics that come from that studio that could have made this list, but there's too many good comics, because Power Rangers is Boom Studios.
Yep.
Once and Future is Boom Studios. There's I believe there is, I think, what was it? Was there another one that? Oh, We Only Find Them When They're Dead. That's Boom Studios. Boom Studios is low-key out here eating motherfuckers' lunch. Like, it ain't nobody checking for them, but y'all gonna stop sleeping on Boom Studios, man.
Man, I know you saying that, but his Detective Comics was so good, though.
I tell you what, I'll take that back. His Detective Comics was good, but man, this Something's Killing Children, when you read it, you'll be like, damn.
Yeah.
You'll be like, damn. Because the thing is, the comic goes so hard. The comic goes so hard in the paint that, like, you're just like, dude, what the fuck, man? Dude, like, I'm serious. I'm gonna need somebody to go check on my boy James. I'm gonna need somebody to go check on my boy James, because I don't think he's okay.
Yeah, boy, what's wrong with you? Look at this book.
Right? like you good? Like, actually, you know, everybody just go hit him up on Twitter. Be like, yo, James, you good?
Yeah. You
good? I'm just asking, man, because I was worried about you, man, because this shit you writing is, it's dark.
Yeah.
Look, Batman would walk up. Look, motherfucking Frank Miller Batman would walk up with this shit and be like, ooh, man, this is too much. Ooh, too much mustard. But no, in all seriousness, though, it's a good book. But yeah, what is your number? What's your number 3? Yeah, we're on number 3 now. Jesus.
Yeah, we're on number 3. I was gonna ask you, are we gonna do honorable mentions?
Yeah, we'll do honorable mentions. I want to save the honorable mentions to when we get to right before we reveal the number 1.
Okay, so Carter's number. Can you hand me that, Miss Gladys? Thank you. Okay. Carter's number 3.
I knew it. I knew this motherfucker was gonna bring the shit. Look, I Oh, I don't know why I thought, like, I was like, I know this motherfucker. Like, I've been waiting. I don't know if y'all know this. I've literally been sitting here waiting for this motherfucker to bring up Wonder Woman Dead Earth. Like, I've been sitting here just like, all right, he's gonna bring this motherfucker up at some point. He gonna pull this motherfucking comic up at some point. But yeah, this man. Can I just say, for those of y'all who don't know, like, cause me and Carter will be sitting here playing video games, and he'll be talking to me about Wonder Woman Dead Earth. He'll be like, man, that Wonder Woman Dead Earth. Be like, damn, dude, you own this motherfucker. Like, he got me reading the motherfucker. He's like, I'm like, god damn, I was gonna kind of chill on this motherfucker, let it simmer for a minute, but you said it is the truth.
I didn't expect to like that book because I don't give. Okay, I don't want people to think I'm sexist or I'm a misogynist. I don't give a fuck about Wonder Woman. Okay, I'm gonna just put that out there. I don't give a fuck about Wonder Woman. I don't give a fuck about Power Girl. I didn't give a fuck about Catwoman until Tom King started writing. I don't give a fuck about these characters. And then a lot of people wouldn't stop talking about this book. And then I said, fuck it. I got some money to burn. I'm in the shop this week. And what was funny is there is something that Ernie is working on. Mm-hmm. And then he asked me for some insight on it. And for all intents and purposes, I went into that comic shop to get a certain thing to help him with that. Then I saw this. So I said, fuck it. I'll read it. It's all complete. It's the whole hardcover. This is a big ass hardcover for a DC book. I wonder why that is. This is this brother's first swing at bat on a DC book. Let me read this shit. God, it was. The book is good. The book is good. The book is really good. The book is really. Damn. Listen to me. That book is good. Okay.
Not just good. Good.
Good. With a T on it, okay? Let me be clear. That book, the only reason it's not number one is because I think it would have been expected of me. And plus, my number one, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, just to give you an idea, if you all were not watching the Blerd Cave when I was talking about this book, Lose a Source, I did not realize that this book was my number 3, and I've shown it 3 times. I did not know that. So I did not know that. Basically, just to give you all a very minuscule synopsis of everything. The world is shit. Period. The world is shit. There are monsters around. There are people that are just trying to get by. These monsters go to kill this kid and this group of people that are just trying to find supplies. They crash. They fall into this cave. One person getting cut in half. Another person getting their head bit off. Next thing you know, you see this random tube or just something's in this machine. Come to find out, it's Wonder Woman in the fucking machine. She fucking destroys this monster. She's trying to figure out what's going on. She goes out into the world because the cave that they crash in when these people are running from this monster ended up being the fucking Bat Cave. So we have Wonder Woman walking around the Bat Cave. She sees a dead corpse skeleton sitting on the couch with a drink in his hand. It's Batman. So Batman's dead. Batman's completely off the board in the first goddamn issue. When you just a couple pages in, you go out into the real world. The real world is completely wiped the fuck out. Wonder Woman's trying to figure out what's going on, and I ain't saying shit else. You know why? Go read this shit.
This man, you ain't shit. You ain't
go read.
This man, look, he for real too. He's like, man, he's like, go cop this motherfucker. He for real. Yeah. I can tell Carter's dead ass on this shit. Yeah, you know what? We got way out in the weeds. So you know what? I'm going to we're gonna read super chats. I know we got some over the last couple of segs, but I didn't get a chance to read because we kind of went on a roll for a minute. But here we got one from Gofus Lankus says, y'all out here spitting a Matarasu. I'm here for it. Thank you for that. With $9.99 super chat. We are spitting that hot fire today. We're trying, man. We are trying We also got Ed Boy in the Cup with the $5 super chat, says it's crazy because Hickman isn't the type of writer where individual issues will make you like the book. Zeb Wells definitely
You are absolutely
is.
fucking right.
Zeb Wells will make you like some shit. You'll be like, God damn, dude, you know what? I kind of wasn't really fucking with this at first, but man, I think I might fuck with it just on the scrimp of this one issue. Like, honestly, Hellions is, it has no right to be as good as it is. It actually has no right to be as good as it is. It should not. Honestly, by all accounts, Hellions should be the worst X book. Like, of all of them. It should be the most uninteresting X book out of everything they have in the lineup, and it is not. It is fan-fucking-tastic. And I'm here for it. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Michael Orias with the $4.99 super chat says, I got in late on this Blerd Cave, but slight tangent. Carter, love the shirt. That's great stuff. Haha, love you guys. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Michael, because you keeping us going. You keeping us going here. We're here, and we're doing the damn thing, and it's all whether some may not understand or appreciate, but. Yeah, this is all for you guys. Let's see here. We've got okay, so now we're on my number 3.
Yes.
Oh man. Okay, I want to put a little caveat on the next 3 comics that are going to come off of my list. These are in no particular order.
Oh, you can't do that because I had to put mine in particular order.
Shit, fine. Okay, I tell you what. Fuck it. They are in a particular order. This book would have been number 1 had the 2 previous books not come out. That should be fairly obvious. So fuck it. We're gonna do it. Mine, oddly enough, not Wonder Woman Dead Earth, but is a DC book. A DC book is on this list, which here's the funny thing. It's the only DC book that made the list because it's the only motherfucker I'm actually going to take the time to actually read. And that is going to be Far Sector. Far Sector by M.K. Jemisin and Jamal Campbell. This book, chef's kiss. Double chef's kiss. This book is fucking amazing. You cannot tell me DC doesn't recognize greatness right here. This book is so lit that this character, who, by the way, this is Young Animal. This is Young Animal imprint DC. This isn't DC proper. Joe Mullen is not in the mainline DC Comics universe yet. She is so popular now. They are now moving her over into the main timeline with DC Future State. And she will likely stay there, hopefully.
I did not know that was Young Animal. I thought it was Black Label.
Oh, no. Yeah, this is Young Animal.
Oh, wow.
And here's the thing. For those who want to know a little bit more about this book, I did a whole video breakdown of this character, but I'm happy to talk about it right here.
Yeah.
Joe Mullen is an ex-cop who got kicked off the force because she witnessed her partner beat the brakes off a suspect, like literally commit police brutality. And she didn't get fired for that because technically if someone fired her for filing a report against another cop, that would be retaliation, then that whole precinct would be under investigation. No, what happens is someone tags her in a Black Lives Matter post on Facebook, and her department sees it. They drum her out of the force because they say, oh, well, you're with a Quotey Fingers terrorist organization or whatever. And she ends up getting drummed out of the force. Well, now that she doesn't have a job, she doesn't have any purpose in life, she doesn't have anything to do, she's sitting in a bar drowning her sorrows, and all of a sudden, this black woman who is suspiciously blue-black offers her a job. If you see what I'm talking about, when you read the comic, you gonna know what I'm talking about. Like, when you see this motherfucker come up, this motherfucker's so black, the whites of their eyes is brown. They don't even make Negroes like that no more. But no, the person is suspiciously blue-black because they're not actually black. It's a guardian in disguise, one of the little blue people. And they basically give her a ring of power that is similar to the rings we've seen from Hal Jordan, Kyle Rayner, Guy Gardner, Jon Stewart, Simon Baz, Jessica Cruz, so on, so on, so on, so on, so on. It's very similar to those rings. But the difference being, it doesn't work exactly the same way.
Okay.
And it's a test. This ring is a test, and the Green Lantern Corps, or rather, at least this one Guardian, we don't even know if she's even actually sanctioned by the rest of the Green Lantern Corps, but they task her with going into the far sector of I forget the exact, I think it's like, was it 2814, or I forget exactly, whatever the number is, but it's the far sector of the Green Lantern's jurisdiction in the universe, a place that is so far from Earth, it's not even funny. And she basically has this ring that it doesn't require a power battery. It recharges on its own. And its constructs work a little bit differently. And the way they're generated. And she winds up in this alien world where no one wants her to be there. And it's also an alien world where there hasn't been a murder in, like, centuries. And all of a sudden, now she's there. There's been a murder, and she has to investigate this, and it becomes this really, like, I don't know. It's the funny thing about this book is the story behind what Joe is doing. It's a good story, but that's not why I read the book. I read the book because I like the character. Like, this is a character study for me. So, like, when I read this book, it's like, yeah, the story's lit. It's good. It's serviceable. Whatever. It gets the job done. But it's seeing how Joe responds to this alien world. Like, I think there was a part, and what actually made me fall in love with her as a character, where she's eating some alien food from a food truck in the alien world that she's on. And she eats it, and she's like, damn! This is good! And like, they was like, oh, you like it? She was like, yes, damn, more, please. And I'm like, that's my girl. Just like her attitude, like the way she carries herself, like the things that she says, she feels like a real, actual person. Like, she feels like someone that is real. Like I know, like I know Joe. I know a Joe Mullen. I know. I used to date a Joe Mullen. I used to date a chick just like her, and that's why it feels like, and maybe that's a familiarity thing, but it's like, we talk about, having authentic black characters, and this is authentic to me. Like she feels right. Like, not only that, she's a nerd, and I love it because, like, you see it in her constructs. Like, I know a lot of people love Kyle Rayner because, some of the things that he creates, but the thing that I love was the details in the things that she creates. Like, this heifer is out here creating whole ass Sailor Moons and Gundams and shit, and just all kinds of awesome shit. Like, the way she kicks off her comics, like, she kind of does that thing, like, it kind of reminds me of old school She-Hulk, where she'll talk to the audience. Like, every couple of issues, she'll talk to the audience to tell you what's been going on in case you just jumped on. And, like, there's one where she does where, like, she copies Morpheus from the Matrix, where she's sitting in the all-white room in the chair. She's got, like, the all-green suit on with the green tie and the black shirt underneath and the green glasses. There's one where she's, like, doing aliens, like, where she's in the power loader. There's another one where, like, they're replicating the kiss between Kirk and Uhura on TV, and like it's crazy. Like, when you see it, it's just, and they always have these really inspirational quotes for each title. Yeah, like, each title is an inspirational quote from, like, someone who is either, I think most of them, they're pretty varied too, because there's one from George Carlin. There's one from Nina Simone. There's a whole bunch of different ones. It's so awesome. But yeah, the book is it's a solid book. It is just such a solid book. But yeah, and I'm going to tell you right now, this is the only like up until the DC Future State stuff that just came out, like the next Batman and Wonder Woman. This is the only DC book I was regularly reading. Everything else I read, like, I actually was reading Red Hood as well, but even that was kind of like off and on. But like, this was the only book like I was like consistently. I was like, this is the book that I have come to read. Like, oh, it's out, I'm reading it immediately. It's an immediate read. Everything else is kind of like case by case basis. But if you're not reading, if you are a DC fan and you're not reading Far Sector, you're doing yourself a tremendous disservice. And I'll tell you that to your face. I will tell you, if you're a Green Lantern fan and you're not reading Far Sector, you're doing yourself a disservice. You really are. Matter of fact, I'm not gonna pull a Joe Biden and tell you you're not black if you're not reading this book. But I will say you may want to get to it before somebody come and get your card.
Okay.
Somebody gonna come and be like, "Hey, you reading that Far Sector? Man, give me that shit." But no, hey, Comic Book University, that's my homie, Professor Bill. What's going on, pimp? How you doing? I see you in here. Goddammit. What's going on? What's popping? Let's see here. Let's go ahead and kick it on over back to you, Carter, because this is your number 2, I believe.
Okay. Number 2 for me, very easy, very simple. Immortal Hulk.
Carter, you want to hear a funny story? You want to hear some bullshit?
Let's hear this. Wait. I feel like you finna say some fucketry. Hold on. Go ahead.
It's also my number 2. It's my number 2. That's right. Yeah, dude, preach. Tell them, King. They don't know nothing about this Immortal Hulk. They don't know nothing about that big green guy.
Matter of fact, I'll let you have it. That's great. That's fucking great, though. That's gold.
See, okay, Immortal Hulk. Oh my God. Okay, Immortal Hulk. This has been Al Ewing's best book, period. In the like right now, okay, you want to talk about motherfuckers doing legendary runs on comics? Yes. Al Ewing for the I used to not give that much of a shit about the Hulk. I would read Hulk, but I wasn't like, oh my God, what's Hulk doing this week?
Yeah.
Al Ewing made me care about the Hulk. The same dismissive attitude that Carter was talking about having towards Venom, and then I also said I had towards Venom when they okay. Can we say that the Marvel Fresh Start relaunch was not a failure? Can we go ahead and say that? Because most of the books that came out of Marvel Fresh Start were actually good. And this was one of them. But Immortal Hulk, Al Ewing and Joe Bennett have basically crafted this masterpiece where we're seeing a Hulk who is, I mean, it's a Hulk we've, quotey fingers seen before, but not like this. This is us witnessing, the development of Bruce Banner's split psyche of the different Hulks. I don't think we've really seen Hulk delved into like this. We're actually seeing how the different Hulk personas interact with one another, whether it's Joe Fixit, whether it's a Savage Hulk, whether it's Devil Hulk, whether it's World Breaker Hulk, whether it's any of them. It's really awesome, and not to mention the story they're telling. Al Ewing found a way to make a horror comic for Marvel, because this is straight up horror. With Hulk, the way he transforms. This isn't the MCU Hulk. He's not like, oh, hey, I'm always angry. Then he turns around and all of a sudden he just morphs into a big green dude. No. When he transforms into the Hulk, his body is ripping apart. Because his body has to reconfigure to become the Hulk. When he transforms back, it's the same thing. It's almost like weird. I think there's a more than a few issues where when Bruce turns into the Hulk, you can see his body get ripped in half. They treat Hulk like a werewolf.
Yeah.
It's like a werewolf story, and this is like, honestly, I know that the dude from Black Eyed Peas is writing Werewolf by Night. They could have kept that shit because we already got it. This is Immortal Hulk. That's your Werewolf by Night. Hell, this dude is going against, like, they even gave him a new enemy. Like, he's not going against, he's going against Thunderbolt Ross. No, he's going against General Fordian, who I think in some ways is worse than Thunderbolt Ross.
Yeah.
And then you can kind of see it here in the background, and I don't want to say too much about it if you haven't been keeping up, but they found a way to make one of Hulk's oldest enemies terrifying. Like, I've never taken the Leader seriously. Ever. In life. Ever taken that motherfucker seriously. They actually found a way to flesh this motherfucker out and make him a whole-ass threat.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful.
Gross-ass threat.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, straight up. Hell, I think there's an issue earlier. This was taken from, like, the 2018-2019, I guess, portion of Immortal Hulk. But there's one where we see him clap the Avengers.
Yeah.
He clapped the Avengers like they weren't shit. This dude's out here fighting. Hell, one of the weirdest arcs I've ever seen is where he's fighting Zimnu, the original Hulk. The original Hulk in Marvel. Before there was an Incredible Hulk, there was Zimnu. And the big white fluffy dude that looks weird. They turned Hulk into Bernie fucking Sanders. Dude, these motherfuckers turned Dario Agger into Donald Trump. And still maintained the horror aesthetic. Like the political commentary, the horror aesthetic, and the good storytelling. Al Ewing was juggling this shit like he was in the goddamn circus. And it should not have worked. On paper, this comic should have failed. It should have failed. Flat on its face. But the storytelling and the art is so good in it, you can't help but want to know what's going to happen next month on Immortal Hulk. You can't. But that's my take on Immortal Hulk. Oh. And when Betty ate Hulk's heart, yes.
Yeah, that was gross. That was gross.
Yes.
I was actually answering a question in chat that Wilbert asked, and I know a few people are going to ask this as well. Is Betty's dad dead and has been for a while? So that was the thing. That was one of the catalysts is that General Ross was dead. He is back. Spoiler alert. He is back, and he is still Red Hulk. It just hasn't happened in Hulk series. It happened actually in Ta-Nehisi Coates' most recent issue
of Captain America.
Of Captain America. So yeah, he is back.
Yeah, because Thunderbolt Ross's death actually carried over. Like that was actually the thing. It was actually happened. Like they were dealing with the aftermath of it in both Captain America and Immortal Hulk. Like, but from different angles.
But it ended up being a whole scheme that was going on with the Power Elite in Captain America's book, which is basically just another way of saying it was some Red Skull shenanigans. So yeah.
Oh yes, and they did bring back Sasquatch, and Hotshot. Yeah, they. Here's the thing, Al Ewing. He also did a really good job, I think, with Absorbing Man and Titania, because he's been keeping them around too. And yes, dude, Zimnu is. Dude, Zimnu is just... I'm just going to say it. I loved it. I loved it. I loved how... And I know some people, like, there's going to be people like, I'm so tired of political and social commentary in my comics. Oh, my God. Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, honestly, y'all need to get over that shit.
I like how he took the ball with Absorbing Man and ran with it, because Absorbing Man has just had this resurgence. It's very weird. It did not start in Immortal Hulk. It started in Saladin Ahmed's Black Bolt series. If you have not read that, if you like his Miles Morales that he's writing currently, his Black Bolt was really, really good. The art was crazy and trippy as fuck. But that's where Absorbing Man just started to just slowly make this little resurgence, and then he came over to Immortal Hulk, and he's still doing his thing. So yeah, he's been good with a lot of characters you wouldn't even think about. So yeah, the Immortal Hulk, man.
Right, and I'm going to agree with Nathan. He said, I'm surprised that a Hulk horror story of this magnitude wasn't done sooner. I also agree. It's like, Dude, it is. Yeah, that's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
It's like, honestly, this Hulk is so OP and scary. Like, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's the thing I think that Al Ewing did the best with this book. Something I don't think anyone's really done a good job of in the past. Like, yeah, people have made Hulk strong, freakishly strong, but no one's ever made Hulk scary to me. Like, I've never thought, oh, if I saw Hulk in a dark alley, I'd be terrified. I mean, I would be, but I've never just, like, thought about it. But with Immortal Hulk, I was like, dude, if Hulk, like, I actually am now, when I go down a dark alley, man, not that I ever normally do, but if I see a dark alley, I'm like, man, I really do hope Immortal Hulk ain't down that motherfucker waiting on me. Not Jason, not Freddy, not not Michael Myers. I'm worried about the goddamn Immortal Hulk waiting on me in the goddamn alley. Talking about you gonna eat your cornbread.
Oh, God.
Look, that's the shit I'm scared of. That's the shit I'm worried about, is that he's like, there's moments where he gets in people's faces. He's just like, yeah, you don't want to do that. I'm like, I don't want to do that. Oh, and can we talk about the Abomination? The Abomination is pure nightmare fuel in this comic. Damn. Anyway, point stated. Point stated. Carter, you got anything else to add on this comic before we move on to our honorable mention?
Honestly, because with you referencing just how terrifying, and I think one thing that people could read is the King in Black tie-in issue to Immortal Hulk.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is not because of the story itself, but because of the art. Aaron Cooter did the art. That was a DC guy that came over to Marvel, who's really a fantastic artist. The way it's done in Immortal Hulk when he transforms, it's the most scariest shit you have ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
But Aaron Cooter does it as well, where he has Hulk transforming. And when you see that transformation happening in an artist who does it not from a horror standpoint, but just from legit, like, this is what you would say. It's very hard to explain. I wish I could just find
here,
it.
Actually, I got some here. Check this out.
Okay.
Like, this is one of the this is actually a cover, but this is, I think it's a variant, like one of the variant covers, but this is actually one of the transformations right here where Bruce is transforming into Hulk. Like, it's like you can see where, like, it's almost like they're trying to split apart, but they're actually, like, it's crazy. Like, they're becoming like one being. And then
Fucking gross.
Right?
That's gross.
And then here's another. This is actually from one of the pages where they actually dissected Hulk and put him in separate jars, his body parts, and he broke out of it because he could still control each part of himself.
A crazy fucking issue.
And here's
just being able to use that.
Yeah, he brought himself to. Well, here's the fucked up part. He brought himself together and at the same time absorbed Old Boy right there.
He absorbed that dude. Yeah, bro, it was so nasty.
And he literally ate him that way. And this is, I think this is another one. This is actually another one right here where, like, this is kind of another one of the weirder ones. But this is how he transforms in the comics. In the Immortal Hulk comics, like, it's that level of fuckery. Like, it's that level of fuckery, dude. It's wild. Like, and this is, like I said, I'm not bullshitting you. When I say this is a horror comic, it is a horror comic, straight up and down. And that, it was a 3-page variant. That first one, this first one right here, this was a 3-page variant. I wish I had that. I didn't find out about that variant until, like, well after the fact. And, dude, I wish I'd have gotten it, because that's actually one of my favorite covers. It's actually one of my favorite covers for Immortal Hulk, just because of how twisted it looks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and Luzosaurus said it best, said Immortal Hulk is running 2 years strong for a reason. Most series end after 6 or 12 issues. Do yourself a favor and pick this up. Also, I do want to point out something. about Immortal Hulk that we did not bring up. This comic was nominated for an Eisner Award this past year. It didn't win. It didn't win because it was up against some stiff competition. But just to prove a point, this comic was up against here. Let me see. Let's see, Eisner Awards 2020. Here, let me pull this up. There it is. There it is. It was for best. I think it was for best. I think it was best long running or best ongoing series. I believe. Yeah, best continuing series. That's what it was. And yeah, it was up against some stiff competition. One of which is on my list. But that said, yeah, it was wild. It was wild. Wild. Yes, and he is. I know I see a lot of people saying that the run is ending with issue number 50. Yes, Al Ewing is hanging up his pin on Immortal Hulk with issue number 50. Which I think they just put out issue number 41 or 40. Yeah, I think 41 was the last issue that just came out. So we're not that far away, which I hate. I hate it, but yeah.
Yeah. But I'd never with current Marvel stuff, if you kind of paid attention in a sense, a Hulk book has never lasted this long in this current Marvel landscape.
No.
You might get 2 trades out of it, and then it's another fucking relaunch. And then you might get 1 trade out of that, and then another fucking relaunch. So the fact that it lasted 50 is that should give you an idea of how great that story is.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that ought to tell you something. That ought to tell you something right there, right off rip. And yeah, like, if I'm not mistaken, okay, so yeah, to give you guys an idea, the competition that Immortal Hulk was up against, they were up against The Dreaming by Simon Spurrier.
That's a good book.
Chip Zdarsky's Daredevil. Ed Brubaker's Criminal. One of my favorite books, and it didn't make the list because just once again stiff competition. But Crowded by Christopher Sabella, and of course the GOAT Bitter Root with the homies and friends of the channel, David F. Walker, Chuck Brown, and Sanford Green. So yeah, it was up against stiff competition. Immortal Hulk was in. And I want to point out something. Most of the books that made that list were Image books. 3 of the nominated books for Eisner Awards this past year were Image books. 2 were Marvel, 1 was DC.
Yeah.
Honestly, you can't follow this up. I don't think anyone this is honestly, when this book ends, I don't think they should do another Hulk book right away. I don't think they should do a Hulk book right. Let this one sit. It's good. It's legit. Do not follow this up with some, the Incredible Hulk return. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. You'll be making a mistake.
Aren't they doing the Immortal She-Hulk though?
I know they did it as a one-shot. But
okay, see, I thought it was
a
one-shot. The next phase of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And honestly, I kind of hope that that one, I don't want them to do Immortal She-Hulk. I wouldn't mind them doing a She-Hulk comic, but I don't want them carrying over the Immortal moniker with it, because also it would make things too confusing, because Wonder Woman has a book that's going to be called Immortal Wonder Woman with DC Future State. I'm like, dude, y'all need to quit. Y'all need to quit.
Yeah.
Let's see. What, Carter, did you have any honorable mentions you wanted to rail off real quick?
Okay. Honorable mentions. This is just going to be a quick rapid fire. Boom, 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 boom.
All right.
Okay. I was drunk when I wrote this, so give me a minute. All right. We got 3 Jokers. Thor. The reboot of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Power Rangers, And I wanted this last one, I wanted on my top 10, but since we don't have another issue to read of it, I said no. TMNT, The Last Ronin.
Oh yeah, dude. Last Ronin was actually and I hate because it keeps getting delayed. From what I understand, it keeps getting delayed. I'm gonna give mine real quick. And mine should surprise no one, but Stealth.
Okay.
Which was the Image comic book that we talked about on the channel ways back. Thor, Donny Cates Thor. Crowded, which is what I mentioned, with the Eisner Award winners. Venom.
Yeah.
And last but most certainly not least, and I'm not gonna lie to y'all, it was this close. If one book had a fucked up, this would have been in the top 10, and that's Captain Marvel. And I don't give a fuck what nobody says. I've been enjoying the fuck out of Kelly Thompson's Captain Marvel. I've been enjoying the fuck out of it. Even the Empire tie-ins. Like I kept telling everybody that the Empire tie-ins were better than the story itself. I actually really enjoyed those too. The dark Captain Marvel story arc and the story arc where she went up against Star and where she went against Rogue. Like shit, they've actually been putting Carol up against credible threats. And the stuff they're doing right now with her, I thought was fantastic too. But yeah. But that said, Carter. Oh, real quick, 'cause we got a super chat here that I want to address. We got us a super chat. And this one comes from the homie Justin Malone. This is 499 super chat says, the below all had me glued to this story. Then Abomination. Spitting acid and melting Hulk's eyes. Jesus! Actually, I don't know why.
But
I
forgot about that.
I read that. You know that wrestler Danzig? I think it was something Danzig. Yeah. Bubba goes, Jesus! Yeah. That's how I read. That's how I read that out. I was like, oh God, I love that. I need to get a sound bite of that because I don't know why they just like that and Booker T accidentally saying the N-word on live WCW television. Those are two wrestling sound bites that will forever live in infamy to me. Like, Hogan, we coming for you, ninja. He's like, oh shit, I didn't mean to say that on live television.
Oh, real quick, I see two things in the chat. I see one from Marzil TM. I wonder what a horror Wonder Woman book would look like. And then Raymond Pope saying, I got a book idea. Wonder Woman, Monster Slayer. You know where you can get all that?
I knew he was going to do it. I knew he was going to do it. I knew that motherfucker was going to do it. Oh, God. Hey, look, and I want to also address something I see here. Michael Orias said, I want to get on the Buffy train. I used to love the TV series. I think if you liked the TV show, I think you'll like the comic series. I think.
No. Okay, so I got to stop you there. If you like the show, you'll like the Dark Horse stuff up until the end.
Oh,
the new Buffy stuff and the new Angel shit, nothing to do with those shows whatsoever.
Yeah, no, those are different.
But has fuck all to do with those TV shows.
No, I do agree. I do agree with that. Was Dwayne Scott said, just when you think about dropping Captain Marvel, they reel you back in. I'm not gonna lie, there will be an issue here that you'll be like, I don't know about this one. And they'll be like, oh, no, psych. Psych, I'm back. It's such a roller coaster. Look. Man said pulls up the Wonder Woman Fallout Castlevania. Y'all ain't shit. Hey, SFC Cape Killer, thank you for that $5 super chat. Says, man, y'all make my Saturday, bro. Dude, we appreciate you because, hey, you're here. You could literally be anywhere on the internet, and you chose
anywhere else.
You chose to be right here, man, and we appreciate you. We really do. I don't know if it can ever be overstated.
I see a comment from Dwayne Scott. Would Carter support a movie adaptation of that book done by Patty? I'm going to go ahead and put you in the hole, sir. All right. So, number one out of our top 10, okay? I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna let you have your number one. This is Blerd Without Fear. This is all you. You go ahead and you let your number one out, sir.
Okay.
Don't forget that last comment. Even if it happened here, while I look at my number one. I mean, you can go on your break, Miss Glass. All right.
You ain't shit. You ain't shit. I just want to let you know that right now. You ain't shit. Okay, so real quick, is it going to be any surprise to anybody that my number one comic of the year in 2020, in the year of our Lord of the Rings, is the Eisner Award-winning Bitter Root by David F. Walker, Chuck Brown, and the homie Sanford Green. Is it a surprise? Is it a surprise? Is it a surprise? It should be no surprise to anybody. This book was amazing. Jesus, this book was better than it had any idea any book could be. Any book.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I love it. I love it. I fucking love it. I love this book from start to finish. Every issue. I have never... okay, I know it's only been 10 issues, but I've never read a bad issue of Bitter Root. Not a one. 10 issues in. And here we are. Book still good. The more recent storyline that we got for 2020 just delved into so many different social issues that I don't think people think about with comics. Dealing with racism on levels of that I don't think people could possibly consider writing about. The idea of introducing, which technically we did get it in the 2019 portion of the arc, but the 2020 arc really drove it home. The fact that, yes, this is a world where people become monsters when they get consumed by hatred, racism, bigotry, and more specifically, but in a world where black people, and really all people of color, but black people specifically, don't turn into monsters because of anger and hatred and racism. They turn into monsters because of injustice. And that was something that I thought was such a huge commentary just on the and even talking about how you can do the right thing for the wrong reasons, and you can do the wrong thing for the right reasons, and it just how it dealt with how you tackle white fragility, how you tackle the fact that. And this is something I think that is a bit of commentary that people is going to go lost on a lot of people, but unity. Yeah. The fact that, people realizing that just because you have a different word for something, just because you see something a different way, doesn't mean that it doesn't change the fact that we are all in this together. And just, it was, like, honestly, I don't know where you go after issue number 10. I don't know where you go, and that's the thing. I feel like every good story, I've said this tons of times, every good story should leave you with more questions than answers. Yeah. And I had tons of questions. I was like, who is this new character that showed up? Where are the other characters? Why do I only see 2 of the characters who have been here the entire time? Who are these new characters they just introduced at the button? What is going on? What's going on? And I'm going to tell you now, if you read Bitter Root, and I'm going to tell you now, read issues number 1 through 10, you will read that book, and you'll come back to me and say, I totally get why it won the Eisner. I totally get why it beat Immortal Hulk and Daredevil and everything else. I totally understand it now. It all makes sense. But yeah, it's good. It's lit. It's lit. And like I said, a lot of people say, no surprise. Bitter Root. Y'all knew it was going to be Bitter Root. How would you not know that it is Bitter Root? Y'all know me. I am always singing the praises of that Bitter Root. Them roots. Hell, look, as much as I do, I need to see if I can get David F. Walker to come on the show one day so we can talk about these Sanger-Yays. Dude, if I get David F. Walker to come on the show, blah. David F. Walker, what you doing next Saturday? Holla at your boy. Hit me on Twitter. I know you follow me.
Oh God.
Hey, we follow each other on Twitter. It's true. But yeah. Anyway, Carter.
Yes.
What's your number one?
All right, so you brought up Chip Zdarsky earlier with Daredevil, which is great because that book is fantastic and just it shows you that somebody doesn't have to get put into a box because a lot of people just look at Chip Zdarsky like he was nothing more than an artist. So my book is a book I have been reading for a minute that just ended actually, and I know you were talking about the last issue of Bitterroot. And I think that'd be the only complaint that I had about this book is that everything about this book was fantastic except the last issue because they couldn't leave it alone. But everything up until that point was 10 out of 10s in my opinion. So Carter's #1 book 2020 from Chip Zdarsky and Matt Fraction was actually Sex Criminals.
Dude, okay. You know what? I was wondering because I know you and I had talked about Sex Criminals on multiple occasions. And now that just sounds weird. Now that I've said that.
Well, that's the thing. I don't want to go the jokey round. I don't want to go the jokey end when it comes to Sex Criminals because yes, it has that, but that book goes deep into so many more things. And I mean it was painfully obvious like the sex stuff is what was going to grab people, but it was the meat and potatoes that's on that plate that just really it'll make you really open your eyes to it. I mean you're going into you're going into mental health issues, you're going into just relationship issues and problems as a whole, and just whether it's from a racial standpoint, whether it's from honestly a sex standpoint, it's an adult book that is done in a really fantastic way, but it can also go the goofy, the funny route, but then it'll just spin right on it uses that more so to pull the rug out from under you. Because you're tripping off this goofy sex shit. Like this motherfucker is wearing a Sailor Moon mask, and he just finished jerking it, and semen turned into a Sailor Moon tentacle monster. What the fuck am I reading right now? And then while you're so in shock about what the fuck you just saw and what you just said out loud, something completely real and something that could happen to each and every one of us when it concerns us, a parent, any kind of a family member, significant other, a partner, anything like that. Some weird shit like that could happen, and then it could turn right back around, and it would snatch you just like that.
Like I guess, and for those who don't understand, basically the whole premise, but like, and I want to point out something. I guarantee you, Sex Criminals was the reason why Chip Zdarsky got Daredevil. I guarantee you.
Absolutely.
You couldn't tell me different. He got Daredevil off the strength of his run on Sex Criminals.
Yes.
But this comic, okay, imagine a person realizing that they have a superpower. Like that when they have an orgasm, time stops.
This is where I lose people. This is where I always lose people. When I tell them that part. I'll always tell them that's how this story starts. This is where we find our main character. She finds this out. But once you get past that and you see what else goes on with her, people that she's with, other people that she meets that have this power, that have this ability as well, but they don't activate it the way she does. There's one character in the book that's a fan favorite. She's asexual.
She's asexual.
Okay. Yeah, she's asexual, and with her, it's just a lot of people say like asexual people aren't any fun at parties. I'm asexual, so I don't give a fuck either way, So with her, she doesn't get excited like there's one male character, like you see like a nudie picture or some shit, he gets excited, time stops. Or you see this girl, she's a cute guy, she gets excited, time stops. That's not her because she's asexual. It's more of an adrenaline rush thing with her. So like She will get excited if there's like a near death experience or something. Like she almost gets hit by a bus and then it activates and she's like, well, shit. But I don't want people to. I want you all to read that book. That's the reason I made the book number one on my list. I want you to read the book, but I don't want you to look at it. And no, Michael Orius saw a hentai fan created an American comic book. No. That's just the character in that book that did that. He was a fan of animes and stuff like that, so that's why it looked like
that's why
that,
it manifested that way.
Yeah, that's why it manifested that way, just because he was a fan of Sailor Moon and animes and Bleach and all kind of shit like that. But I read a couple of issues of Sex Criminals, not sure why I fell off because they were taking too many fucking breaks.
Yeah,
but
that was probably why. Yeah,
I don't want people to just latch on to the goofy shit because there is a lot of real shit there.
Oh yeah. There is.
That's probably one of the best. Before Bitterroot came around, the way that they do it is really cool. But Sex Criminals, when they talk, these are real people. These are real characters. So when you have a black guy having a conversation with a white woman about how people look at him, and because he's a doctor, and they expect him to just be, when it comes to relationships, the well endowed, smart, intelligent black dude. How he's put on this pedestal because he's a doctor, and he's not just, and it's because he's black, he's not just an average Joe or anything like that. I just read the book.
Yeah, no,
read the book. Be an adult. Get past the sex stuff,
please.
Because let's be clear, most of us are all adults in here. We've gotten some ass before, so I think we can get past that part, and then you see the other story that's getting told there. It's really, really good. It's fantastic.
It's very. I want to be honest with y'all. It's funny to me too because like I think like the Blerd Cave is kind of where you guys get to know us with like you get to kind of see what we are really into, like and I don't want to make it sound like because I have a policy on my channel. I only cover comics that I like. I try not to because and the reason why I do this is because I try not to shit on an industry that already kind of suffers. I don't think it. I don't like. I know some people think, oh well, you're not being real. I think that was some shit that like Young Ripper tried to tell me, like, oh well, yeah, I can give criticism because I think it helps. It's like, no, I don't think it really helps because when you're giving criticism, you're not telling how it could be better. You're not actually helping anybody. You're just shitting on it because it's gonna get likes. But my thing is, I try not to draw too much attention towards comics that are bad because A, I have to edit that shit, and goddamn, I don't want to sit there and listen to myself be negative for an hour on end. Because that's about how long it takes me to edit a video sometimes. But I like to talk about things I'm generally interested in because the more I'm interested in something, the more you guys see it and you realize that I'm being genuine with you. You see, oh wow, he's really into this, and you recognize that realness. And so anything you see me cover on this channel is something I genuinely give a shit about. I genuinely care. But when we talk about some of these comics on the Blerd Cave, we talk about a lot of things that I don't talk about on the channel on average because they're just either there isn't time or there isn't room, or if I'll be brutally honest, sometimes I do talk about comics that are not, X-Men or whatever else. Most people don't watch them, so I don't bother. And occasionally, like, I think the one that surprised me was Stealth. Because I did a video about Stealth, and that video, for whatever reason, it blew up. But it was not on purpose. But the thing is that I talk about him here on the Blerd Cave because y'all can actually see me and Carter go back and forth about him. And that's also one of the reasons I decided that originally I was going to do this top 10 list. I was just going to make a regular-ass video like I would have done anything else. Yeah. And I was like, no, I said, me and Carter, let's sit and talk about these comics. Because I feel like we could show you guys a world of comics that no one really ever talks about, and and don't get me wrong, I love capes. I love Mask. I think Mask and Cape comics are fantastic. But man, there is something to be said about just a straight up story. Like, you know, let's see. But yeah, that said, I think it's time. I guess. Well, I see. Wait, we got a question here. Jason Davis. He asked. So you both mentioned Daredevil, but that title didn't make it to the top 10. He said, "I love Daredevil, but what was it that kept it off the top?" I can tell you what kept it off. I can tell you 1,000% what. And to be fair, it actually should have been in my. It should have been in my honorable mentions, but I was trying not to have more than 5. I was actually trying not to have more than 3, but I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll have 5. But the thing that kept it off the list for me was there were some parts where Chip Zdarsky was building, and I didn't see what he was building until it was too late. I didn't see where he was going until it was too late. And I love it. Like I said, it's one of those things that, like, if we did a top 20, yeah, it would be on the list. It would definitely be on the list. But maybe even a top 15, maybe. But yeah, it was one of those situations where, like, I think I fell off of the book for a little bit because so much shit was going on. And then when I came back, I was like, oh, dude, I forgot. I fucking love this book. Fuck. Like, and I do that with Daredevil all the time, and I think that's one of the reasons why Daredevil's kind of my favorite character, because I can read Daredevil, fall off it, and come back, and it's almost like I never left.
Yeah.
And that's what I liked about Chip Zdarsky's run. But yeah, it was honestly just too much stuff happening all at once with other comics that kind of just knocked it down. But
I would have to say, honestly, with me, it's just I came into that book late. I was already reading other stuff, so when I heard that Chip Zdarsky was writing that book, I didn't expect it to last long. I just thought it was just off the strength of the other shit that he had done, Sex Criminals, other stuff that he had done at Marvel. I thought they were just giving him a little couple issues, whatever the fuck. But when I hear so much about it now, I'm going back and reading it. Like, if I see it at a shop or whatever the fuck and nothing came out that week, I would give an issue here or there, I'm like, okay, this was pretty cool. But that was the main reason for me, is I was already reading tons of other shit. And that was back when I was just image crazy and didn't give a fuck about what Marvel and DC were doing right now. Because this is back when, like, the DC Rebirth shit started. So it was like Red Hood and the Outlaws like crazy and everything else that was coming out around that time. I didn't give a fuck about Marvel. Not at all. I didn't give a shit. So, and plus I was already reading Sex Criminals, so it's like, if I want my Zdarsky feel, I'll read Sex Criminals. But now that I'm going back and reading it, that book is great.
Now see, that's what I'm talking about. I guess real quick, let's go ahead and throw out some recommendeds for the week. Do you have any recommendeds for the week?
Oh God.
I mean, I can go ahead and tell you right off rip. I can go ahead and tell you what mine is. If you want me to go first.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mine is gonna be, no surprise, Thor number 11. Thor number 11. Easy. Straight up. I've never enjoyed watching two people eat dinner that I'm not eating before in my life the way I enjoyed watching this, because Donald Blake is a fucking psychopath, and I'm here for it. And this comic was, it was fantastic. I mean, it's right. Donald Blake. We talked about this a little bit earlier, just kind of when we were going over our top 10, so I won't really rehash it here, but basically just know that, Donald Blake is out here going after Thors, and he takes one out. Off panel, sadly, but we see that he's going after another on panel. And we learn that despite all the evil that is in Donald Blake's heart right now, the mission that he has to destroy the legacy of Thor and anyone who is a part of that legacy, I love the fact that there is a line that he doesn't want to cross in that. And it's awesome to see him, like, okay, Carter, tell me how you felt when you saw this. The panels where Jane tells him that she was Thor. Like that whole 3 spread panel. where you see her telling him and his reaction.
Yeah.
That was some of the most powerful shit I've ever read. Because you can literally see in his face that he realized, oh, fuck. You're part of my mission.
It was,
now.
So I'll tell you what it was. It was, oh, fuck. You're, like you said, you're part of my mission now. But at the same time, it tripped me out because, like, I know a lot of people are coming out and said, well, we knew that was fake. No, the fuck you didn't. But I thought he was actually doing it. So for his mind to go, oh, my God. But then immediately...
Yeah.
Didn't skip a beat. Immediately went after her. Like nothing.
Like
even taking into account. Yeah, so it's just like even like the only thing that saved her was love.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's the only thing. But that specific piece that you're talking about right now, I just thought it more so showed you how ruthless he got.
Right,
like you're having a dinner, you're eating, you're drinking whatever the fuck you're drinking, but at the same time, for you to have this witty banter going back and forth, and just as quick will kill this fucking woman, dude.
Well, look, you saw like you notice like if you watch the panels closely, you see how his hand keeps edging towards the steak knife. Like, while they're talking, his hand literally just edging towards the steak knife, and then out of nowhere, BAM! And it's like, I was like, oh, shit!
Okay, I gotta reread that. I didn't catch that. Okay.
Yeah, if you go back and look, when she first says something, you see his eyeball go wide. When he realizes what's wrong, and then, like, you start noticing, if you watch each panel, you see his hand moving closer to that knife. And then out of nowhere, BAM! And he's like, oh, shit! Like, oh, god damn! Like, it was one of those, like, I literally, my reaction was basically Smokey when Red got knocked out. That was my reaction. I was like, god damn, Jay, you got knocked the fuck out! But no, it was like, it was messed up because, like, you just, and then when you realize it wasn't real, it was all in his head, you're just like, and then he even says, he's like, basically tells her, like, yeah, you loved me. You loved me. You were the only person who ever cared about me, who actually cared about me. And and even though he does it in the way, and that's what I love about the whole comic, when he's talking to her, he's telling her everything. Like, he's actually telling her that he got rid of Thor, that he's killing other Thors, and that he was going to kill her but didn't. But he does it in such a way that because there's no context really, or she doesn't have the context for what he's saying, he's kind of not telling her at the same time. So it's one of the, like, it was a weird, like, it was this weird kind of double talk that I thought this, I was like, dude, this is so cleverly written. Like, everything he's saying to her, he's literally telling you, Jane, that he has kicked Thor's ass and emptied out Asgard, but because you don't know what's going on, you have no idea. You have no idea what he's actually talking about. I don't know. Like I said, I just thought it was awesome. I just thought it was awesome. Yeah. What you got, Carter?
All right, so my recommended, I kind of don't want to talk about because I don't want to spoil it for you, but my recommended this week was crossover.
Oh shit! 3. Yeah. Okay. I will say this. You know what? If you want to talk about crossover, I will. Okay. I will actually cover my ears. Okay. I will take my headphones off, and you just give me the signal when you're done. Okay. All right. So here, okay. I'm gonna pull up this image. Please do that. I'm gonna pull up this image, and I'm gonna give Carter the floor for a moment, and I'm taking my headphones off right now.
Okay. So, crossover number 3, Donny Cates. Apparently, this is an ongoing book from Image now, and he is really getting into the crossover aspect of crossover. Horace, greetings from Shreveport. What's up, Horace? I hope you're doing well, man. So, in this newest issue number 3, we have more backstory on our main character, Ellie, and we basically find out that Donny Cates is really going into this crossover shit, like legit. So if you don't know what crossover is, basically, I hope you do. Basically, some random ass way, everything that we've all read in comic books is happening in the real world. Everything. So what we find out about the main character, Ellie, is that when the crossover happened, the squid from that's basically what the fuck it is. The squid from Watchmen crash landed where she was and her family was. And when the squid from Watchmen came down, a fucking Gundam came down and started fighting the fucking squid. And the superhero characters basically tried to make this portal so they could keep people out and keep people in. And Ellie's family basically said, you need to go. It is too late for us. You need to get the fuck out of here. And basically she goes through this portal, and then we fast forward to the present day where she's trying to help this little girl that's from the comic world kind of stay undercover as not to get spotted by anyone else. Oh, that book is crazy. That book is crazy. There is another instance to where so it's yes, Michael Orius. It's numerous properties and concepts overlapping, excuse me, but they won't say it because literally the first issue, the little girl from the comic world is showing Ellie, our main character, this person who saved her and had her leave the comic world to come to the real world. And when she draws the character that rescued her, we see a motherfucker like this with an S on his chest, and we're just like, whoa, what the fuck is Donny Cates doing? So that's how that went. We basically find out who that is in this issue, and there's another instance to where the little girl that Ellie rescued is talking about Doctor Strange. And she said that Doctor Strange was another person who saved her and had her come into the real world. And they literally saved Doctor Strange. And then you meet this brother. And that's when Ellie is like, that's not fucking Doctor Strange. It's actually a gentleman by the name of Dr. Black. And if you've read Donny Cates' other books from Image, he did one book called Buzzkill, which was about this hero that he got his powers when he was high and he was drunk. And that was a person that was helping that character in that book do what they could to save the world. So basically, now we're actually getting into crossover. So we have Dr. Black show up to help Ellie. And then we have a group of people called the Paybacks show up. Superhero team from way back when. The Paybacks are actually a legit team that they say in the book they were from an old Dark Horse run from way back when. So and then they end up showing you like a little excerpt showing you that this was an actual book. Go read that at your local comic shop. So now we got Dark Horse shit coming into this Image crossover book. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. Go read it. This shit outrageous. Go. There you go.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah. So yeah,
Actually, to show how disconnected I was and how much attention I was not paying, I was actually like fucking around on my phone and started like browsing on the internet. I wasn't screen sharing for a second. I was like, oh, wait a minute. There you go. I was going to read this. I was like, let me read this article about how people are terrible for treating Laura Bailey like garbage over a fucking video game. And I was like, oh, wait, Carter's talking. So I'm going to leave the image up. But anyway.
But yeah. No one talk about it. No one talk about what I just said in fucking chat. Ernie has not read it.
I have not read
please.
it. I'm going to read it today, though.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. But yeah. Crossover number 3 is fucking crazy.
Oh, I did. Just the little bit you told me, I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and jump into questions. We already got some, we already got some, in the form of super chats, right now. And I see some others that I'm kind of trying to keep an eye on. But here first, Chi-Town Dan says, if your number ones were to get production deals, would you like to be the showrunners? And what network streaming services to air it? And that's a $5 super chat. I love the icon. I put that on Charles. I love that shit. Charles. No, I love that shit. Anyway, okay, so I will go ahead and say for Bitterroot, they actually are getting a production deal. They already have one, actually. And if I'm not mistaken, Ryan Coogler is his production studio. Him and his wife own. They bought the rights to make a movie out of Bitterroot, and they are working that one as we speak. But if we're gonna pretend that deal doesn't exist. And I'm not gonna lie, because of the similarities, it would be very easy for me to say I want my shit on HBO. Motherfuckers got HBO Max like a motherfucker right now. I want my shit on HBO motherfucking Max. And I'm not gonna lie, I would love. Oh god, what's that woman's name? I'd have to look it up real quick. Misha Green.
Yeah.
I would actually like Misha Green to run the show for me. Misha Green, for those who don't know, is the woman who was the showrunner for Lovecraft Country. The show version of it. Matt Ruff is the writer of the book, but Misha Green is the one who helped adapt it and breathe life into it. In the form of a television series. So I am highly here for it. Carter, who would you get to run Sex Criminals?
Not me.
This man. That man said,
Not me.
Not
Honestly,
me.
I would, if they gave it to me, I would give it to Matt Fraction and Chip Zdarsky.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly. I would only ask to be put in it. That's all I'd ask.
That's all he want.
I give you the money for it. I will be showrunner in name only. This is really you all stuff. I'll be the one to somewhat try to reel you in if you try to go too far left. Like, if anything, I would make sure they didn't do issue 69. I would make sure they didn't do that last
you
issue.
talking about where they ended it after the logical ending?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Because they just had to do 69. Yeah, they had to do it. Like,
yeah.
It's almost like they were contractually obligated.
You know what I'm saying? So like, I get it, and plus there are so many fans. That book, one of the funniest things about that book is not just the stories that are in it because they're so real and sometimes they're so fucking hilarious. The male portion of that book, it became a part of the book because so many fans have written in and so many stories and stuff like that. The shit is, just read it. I think they even have a book now that's strictly just all the letters that they've been sent, because some of those stories in there are fucking nuts and great. It's just read it. But no, I wouldn't touch it. I would give it to the writer because of course they know their own fucking story. So yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's one of those areas I would like to keep it because Sex Criminals is such a strange story that you can't just give it to any old buddy.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
And I'm any old body, and I'm saying don't give it to me. So yeah,
no, I see somebody brought up Edgar Wright. I can see Edgar Wright doing. See, here's the thing. Edgar Wright could probably do. Actually, no. You know what? It's gonna sound crazy, and but yeah, Edgar Wright, and you know what? Based on the stories he's told, I could actually see him doing Sex Criminals. Like, I could see him overseeing something like that. I could actually see that.
Yeah,
I could actually see it now. At first, I was about to be like, I don't know, but then I thought about it. I was like, no, actually, I could.
The soundtrack would be fire if Edgar Wright did it.
If nothing else. Let's see. Extra with the $5 super chat says, "What up, though? I'm late as fuck, but just came through dropping a little love, all peace and blessings for the new year. Oh yeah, it was my birthday Monday. Well, god damn it, happy birthday! Can we get some fist up?
Happy birthday, man!
Can we get some fist up in the goddamn chat, please and thank you. If you can, if you have the ability, if you got the salute, if you can do that. But if not, well then just put some fist up, goddamn it, because that's what we do here. That's what we do here.
Yeah.
Yeah, put some. Well, actually, dude, wait. I'm fucking up. I thought I actually did it the right way, and I did it the wrong fucking way. God damn, dude. I swear to God. Actually, let's do it this way. Fuck it. We'll do it this way. I'm just gonna I'm gonna do it the poor man's way, like I'm a fucking hobo. There you go. That's the one I was looking for. Bam, there you go. Put some fists up for my homie X-Trib. Happy birthday, my guy. I hope you had a good one. And thank you again for coming through. Like I said, you ain't never late. Never late. A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. But no, that said, I do want to answer a question from earlier, and I don't know if this person's still here, but I saw it in the chat. Who do I think would win in a fight between Dr. Manhattan and Franklin Richards? Well, right now, obviously not Franklin Richards. He has no powers. Dr. Manhattan would whip that candy ass. So there's that one. Let's see here. Let's see here. What else we got?
Let me see. What do you all think of the idea of having the Squadron Supreme or Squadron Sinister as villains in future Avengers, Thunderbolts, or Young Avengers movies?
I would be okay with that. But here's the thing. Okay, so here's my thing with that. You gotta play them up as though they think they're doing something good.
Like, if you're doing the Squadron Supreme,
yeah, I want the Squadron Supreme. But the thing is, I want them to think that they're actually doing the right thing, but I want them to be doing the right thing the wrong way, if that makes any sense. Like they're allowing other people, case in point, like what they're doing in the comics right now with Coulson. That's what I would want.
Mm-hmm.
I would want that.
As long as I would be able to see Hyperion wearing the World Heavyweight Championship, beating the brakes off of Captain America or somebody, that would be gold for me. Just to see Hyperion with the Ric Flair WCW World title just springing on people, that would be great.
I want that. Hey, Talali House asks, Ernie, I feel with all the magic / mutant connection with Ten of Swords, that they should explore Nightcrawler's connection to the Brimstone dimension. What do you think? I think you might get that in the Way of X.
Ooh.
It's more likely there than anywhere else. I don't know, Carter, if you have any misgivings about that.
They do it so rarely that I forget about it just because, oh God, when I think that was Jason Aaron writing Wolverine and the X-Men. So when they had all the little so when they had all the little bamps running around, I completely forgot that was a thing. Mm-hmm. So I mean, if Disney wants even more money because they sold out of Baby Yodas and they want to sell some Marvel merch, you can have some little bamps running around all over. Hell yeah, just have some baby Nightcrawlers running all over the fucking place.
Oh yeah, they sell like
hotcakes. That'd be hell yeah, that'd be good from a money standpoint. They want to introduce some shit like that and then put it in media. Hell yeah.
Christopher J says Carter drinking Ciroc to the head.
Yes, sir. Yes, I am. It's Saturday. I do what I want.
He's like I'm minding my own business. Is Darwin gonna evolve into Nimrod? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that's gonna be a thing. I hope that's not a thing. I would like for them to do something better with I would like for them to do something better with Darwin than to make him a bad guy. What did the mutants find in space? I think you're referring to Sword number 1. I have no idea. I think whatever it
Yeah.
is, it is... Okay, here's the thing that Marvel's done recently that I kind of take a little bit of umbrage with. Is they have been introducing brand new elements into... Kind of like what DC did recently over the last couple of years. Where they introduced the Still Force and all the other shit. But I feel like Marvel had just recently introduced 2 or 3 very, like, powerful things that no one ever knew existed before. And it's like, it's almost too much at once, but they are in very far different corners of, of Marvel, so it kind of is like, all right, well, whatever. So they would never cross over, really, but I think whatever it is they found is going to be the key to probably attracting... Whereas, like, where the Fantastic Four, they basically created a Forever Gate, which is basically like a Krakoan Gate, but it can go anywhere in space-time, not just, anywhere in space, if that makes any sense. I feel like this element they found is going to open up mutant... I feel like it's probably going to end up influencing mutant technology, at least on the sword base. I don't know about Krakoa as a whole. But I do feel like it's going to attract all the wrong attention, which is something Dr. Doom warned them about, is that you are going to have a lot of eyes on you now. And whatever that element is that they found, it's got to be some... I think it's actually tied to something we've seen before. I just don't know what. Because right now, Jonathan Hickman, who is overseeing all of the X-Men stuff, a lot of stuff, X-Factor, they did a callback to the Morgan from X-Factor Investigations. Which I was not expecting. I was like when that shit with Siren happened, I was like... I actually had to go back and be like, hold on, wait a minute, what the fuck is this? God damn, y'all went back to 2014? God damn. I wasn't even reading anything X-Men regularly in 2014.
Okay.
Let's see here. Raymond Pope asked...
You see that Discord message?
Hold on. Here, hold up.
Yeah.
I actually did not.
What?
Here, wait a minute.
What did Raymond just ask?
Oh, yeah. Got you.
Okay.
They wanted to know where you got that shirt from.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I talked to them in the chat already, so they're good.
Okay, good. All right. Well, gee, thanks, man.
Yep.
Let's see here. We got us a super chat here. 2 super chats actually from Tolly House. $10 super chat. Says, hey, Ernie, I actually already answered that one. So yeah. I think, yeah. There you go. There's a delay. Let's see. But thank you for that $10 super chat. Much appreciated. We actually did already answer that question. Let's see. Conway Bergdog with a $4.99 super chat says, just because I love you, bros. Thank you. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Thank you. Let's see. What else we got? Do we have any more questions in here? Let's see here. I'm looking. Oh, here you go. Creek Evol says, where do y'all think the drama between Wanda and Krakoa is going? How's it all going to go down? I think we're gonna find out in Sword how that is going to go down. And the reason why I say it is because it has been brought up in Sword #1. With everything going on with the Empire, you have to remember that Wanda Maximoff is the mother-in-law to the Emperor of the Kree Skrull Empire. And now, thanks to the Kree and the Skrull coming together as one nation, their power now equals and rivals that of the Shi'ar Empire. So right now, that means that of any society in space, it's the Kree Skrull Empire and the Shi'ar. And something tells me that because of the... and this was actually brought up in Sword #1, the fact that Wanda is considered an enemy of the state, that now that the X-Men, the Mutants of Krakoa, have now expanded their reach into space and they now operate the Sword base, it's now become a point of contention that, Hulkling's mother-in-law is considered an enemy of state, so he doesn't want to interact with the sword base because of Wiccan, who is, you know, the child of Wanda Maximoff. So it's one of those situations where I think that eventually it is going to come down to some space shenanigans. Don't be surprised if we see another space epic where the X-Men are more involved. I would not be surprised if there wound up being some kind of a deal where the Kree Skrull Empire were like, no, or like rather something's going to happen and Wanda's going to wind up getting into Krakoa's sights. And don't be surprised if she has to get asylum from the Kree Skrull Empire, and because the Shi'ar Empire owes the X-Men, that the Shi'ar Empire will end up siding with the X-Men, and it ends up being some big to-do. Not saying that will happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. But you know what I'm talking about. Let's see here. We got a super chat from More Knowledge with the $5 super chat. Says, hold it down, guys, from the West. Man, I appreciate that. Thank you again. And Luzosaurus, do not worry about that. You are okay. You are all right. Don't worry about it. And like I said, y'all are helping a player out. Sounds like some intergalactic Romeo and Romeo stuff. I mean, it kind of is when you think about it, because think about it. Hulkling and Wiccan, they're married, so that actually makes Wiccan by proxy of being married to Hulkling, since Hulkling is the emperor of the Kree Skrull Empire. That makes Wiccan royalty, and by proxy makes Wanda royalty, whether she wants to be or not. And I don't know where all that's going to ultimately go, but I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I want to see what happens there, because I actually like the fact that Hulkling's like, yeah, you guys are fucking with my mom-in-law, and you know, it is what it is. Let's see. J. Ryan with the $5 super chat says, now that D-Cell is officially a mutant, would she be considered Omega level? Well, I know Rob from Comics Explained, he did bring up his channel when D-Cell was first introduced that he felt that she would be an Omega level mutant. I think because of the fact that we've never really seen a character with that power level, or that level of power in that regard. We have seen characters who can manipulate gravity and deceleration and acceleration fields to a degree, but we haven't really seen it quite on this level, and her powers are woefully under explored. But the new rule regarded by Jonathan Hickman, as dictated by Jonathan Hickman, to determine an Omega level mutant is that your power has to have 0 upper limit. And that is in comparison to not just other mutants, but other superpowered beings. So if that's the case, I'd say she probably is an Omega level mutant in that regard. The list that they initially gave us was a very short one, and they did say that list would potentially expand. So I think it is possible. I think it's very possible. Because we know that Jean, Legion, who else? Magneto, Kid Omega, Exodus, Jamie Braddock. All these characters are Omega level mutants. Franklin Richards was considered an Omega level mutant, but now that has been retconned because he is no longer a mutant. But yeah, neither here nor there. That is gone. But yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. So here's the thing. So Wilbur Robinson says, Wanda is already royalty, being the daughter of Magnus. Forget that stuff. History won't remember. Well, no, the thing is, that's been retconned. Wanda is not the daughter of Magneto anymore. She is a creation by the High Evolutionary. They retconned that storyline in, I think it was Uncanny Avengers, roughly around the time that Avengers Age of Ultron, the movie, came out. So yeah, she is no longer the child of Magneto in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Magneto doesn't even like hearing her name. So she is not royalty by way of Magneto, not by any way. Daddy Dree says, what kind of powers are you hoping to see from Arakko? Well, one in particular I would like to see now that, because it seems like all the characters from Morocco do have very strange and unusual powers, like Iska the Unbeaten just having the power to not lose, or at least have the foresight to get the fuck out of Dodge when shit goes sideways. I also like that we have we've seen Tarn the Uncaring, who seems to be able to warp other people's genetic codes, kind of in the way that Mr. Sinister likes to play around with genetic codes, but he can just do it. Like, he can just literally look at you and be like, all right, cool, whoop. And so yeah, I would say if I wanted to see any one thing, I actually would like to see, and we technically kind of already seen it, I would like to see more explored with the power that Death had. The power, like, where he had the eyes of death, where, like, if he looked at you, like, you would just die. I'd love to see that power explored a little more. I'd actually like to see exactly what all Redroot can do. It would be another one I would like to see. And for, even though technically War is a very obvious one, really didn't see War use their powers a lot, but it seems like most of the power sets you find in Morocco are very, like, wartime. Very wartime powers. But yeah, like, that's, yeah. Iska the Unbeaten will now be my nickname for my bandwagon friends. Dude, that's a fair one. That's a fair one. Like, so you Iska in. You pulling an Iska on me now. Okay, all right, we got you. It was Freya Bond said she literally stopped the Juggernaut. Yeah, no, she did. I'm not discrediting that. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. Like, her upper limit has not been explored. If she can do that, she can do more. She can actually do more. There's certain situations her powers could have been used in, they weren't used. So here we got Carter back. Carter, actually, I got a question for you. How do you feel about D-Cell? You think she's an Omega level mutant now?
No, ew, no. Omega, no. I will say that not now knowing why she didn't want people to say she was a mutant, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it took a little bit too long to get to that fucking payoff, because she started getting on my fucking nerves at the point. But
I do wish they would have actually given that payoff in the previous issue. I think that's the one blemish on the Juggernaut minis. Which, by the way, video will be incoming if I get the time, maybe later today or possibly tomorrow. Venom, I'm still working on that one. For those who are wondering. Jacob McDonald's asked,
Omega level.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No.
Hey, that is fair, sir. That is fair. Jacob McDonald said, what do you think Storm's kids' abilities are going to be? Well, I know that one of them, that is from an alternate reality story, seems to have her powers. Like, her exact same powers. And the other kids' powers are never really, like, delved into too terribly much. There's another kid who was another kid from another alternate reality. I think she manifested some kind of, like, electric panther. I don't remember. I'm trying to remember what her name was. Chimera.
Okay.
That was her name. I'm trying to remember what it was she could even do. And what I'm trying to also remember what Earth she's even from. Let me see here. Yeah, I can't remember. Basically, the whole thing is she could control the same. She had the exact same powers as Storm, basically, more or less. But, like, she had some weird-ass panther thing with her. She was only in, like, I think one issue. Maybe two. I think. And it was Wolverine and the X-Men number 36 is what I'm seeing on here. Because she was in Battle of the Atom. Yeah, Battle of the Atom. So yeah, that was Jason Aaron's run on the comic. So there you go. That's a thing. But I would assume her children would likely have powers very similar to her own. And, you know, depending on who she has those children with, she has them with T'Challa. You know, they get that shit back together. We don't know. They were almost back together, and then that got fucked off, and who knows now. Let's see here. Keith Petty asked, if Null is supposed to be older than the universe, is he considered more powerful than Dormammu, Sidorak, the Vishanti, etc.? I don't know, because he's technically a primal cosmic force. Like, he was there when there was no light. Like, he was around when light wasn't a thing. And the Celestials came and created light in his realm and pissed him off. He basically got gentrified from his realm, is basically what happened. So what they did, they kicked him out of his house. They said, here, get out of here, run along, little ninja. And that's why he's mad. I mean, I don't blame him. I'd be mad too, because they didn't give him money. They didn't give me money. They're like, here, man, just get the fuck out. But I would say probably closer to or on the level. I don't think he'd be more powerful than, because those are very, like, well, with the exception, Dormammu, his power level waxes and wanes with the phases of whoever's writing him. And Sidorak is another story too, because after he got sunned in Juggernaut number 4, I'm like, yeah, you ain't shit. Caned and sunned the shit out of your ass and told you he taking your shit and there ain't nothing you can do about it. So I'm like, who knows? Let's see here. Raymond Pope, Null versus the Phoenix. Who's winning? Well, here's the thing. The Phoenix Force is also a thing that waxes and wanes with the phases of whoever's writing it. Because, hell, Thanos clapped his own son's cheeks when Thane had the Phoenix Force.
I keep forgetting about Thane.
Yeah, I think a lot of other people do too. But Thane had the Phoenix Force and got the brakes beat off of him, and Thanos didn't even have an Infinity Gauntlet. He just beat that motherfucker with his own power. I think he might have had a power boost, but that was about it. Would it be a great time for another... But that said, I don't think Null could beat the Phoenix Force. Because can you really beat the Phoenix Force? It dies and then comes back.
I mean, every story that we have seen, at the end of time, there are two things. There's a Thor, and there's Phoenix. And several different writers have taken that story and done several things with it. But at the end, the one constant we have seen is a Phoenix and a Thor. Nowadays, the Phoenix is Logan. At the end of it all, the Phoenix is Logan. So you don't see Null or any.
We see all black. We don't see Null. That's the thing you need to keep in mind. We don't see Null. We see all black. The Necro Sword. We do not see Null. So I would actually say, Phoenix probably bust that motherfucker up. What was the other one? There was another question here. I swear to God. Oh, I'm looking dead at it. I already selected it. Would it be a great time for another Uncanny Avengers to come back? You know, the only reason I think you won't see it is because of how the X-Men are being handled right now. But I could, like, the more that Krakoa gets settled, I could see the X-Men being like, okay, we will liaise mutants over to you to help protect your whatever. I could see it done that way, but in the current state, I don't think the Uncanny Avengers would make sense. Because the uncanny adjective is reserved for the X-Men. And things regarding, like, the only reason the Uncanny Avengers was a thing was because there were mutants on the team. It was mostly a team of mutants. But that's the only reason why they really went that route. But I could be wrong. And I don't mind being wrong. I would love to see an Uncanny Avengers book come back, 'cause I actually really liked Uncanny Avengers. I thought that Rogue it was the first time in a long time I genuinely liked Rogue. Like, not say I hate Rogue, but I was always like, I could take her or leave her. But seeing her in a leadership capacity, I thought was interesting. I just made Null sympathetic. My bad. Saying he got gentrified. Let's see here. And it was this was it Jack Marathon said, Ayo, just want to give y'all both shout out. Love the show. Far Sector is the truth. Where y'all out of? I'm out of Memphis, Tennessee. So I live in old Memphis.
Out of I am out of Los Angeles, California, by way of Memphis, Tennessee. So.
There you go. Now you know. And here, let's jump over these. Woo, Lord child. Let's see. Let's jump over these Discord questions. Let's see here. Drip says, talking about music, I've been meaning to ask, what's y'all's top 5 alive all time? Also, what rappers y'all think actually pulled / did not pull off the transition into acting, in your opinion? Well, top 5 is hard to say. But I will say, I can tell you what I'm listening to now, currently. What is constantly in my rotation now. And right now, it's, well, obviously because he just recently passed and it's been heavily on my mind. But MF Doom, MF Doom has been in the rotation like crazy lately. Gunship, which is one of my favorite synthwave bands. Retro, not retrowave, but the Midnight, which is one of my favorite retro wave bands. And I'm consulting the Spotify now, and I can definitely say that another one of my new favorite bands is called Band Maid. Like Maid is in like French maid. It's these Japanese, it's an all-girl Japanese rock group that they dress up like maids, like Lolita maids, gothic Lolita maids. Dude, they're awesome. I fucking love them.
Okay.
And last but most certainly, not least, and it's only because he has the most lit catalog of all time. No one can touch him. And that's Powerline. Carter just gave me an ugly ass look. I can tell he's like, this motherfucker just said Powerline. Lord. Sorry, anyway.
I'm not gonna answer the first part of that question just because I'm the villain. I can do what the fuck I want. Second part of that question. Rappers that did the smooth transition to acting. The only one, honestly, that I would say, and you said keyword there is rappers. The only one that pulled that off was LL Cool J.
Damn, that man said LL Cool J. No love for Common?
LL is the only. No.
Damn.
Here's why. Common did. Because, okay, you said transition into acting. Here's the thing. Common did what? John Wick. He
was in Suicide
Smoking
Squad.
Aces.
What? Kitchen.
Wait. Common wasn't in Suicide Squad.
Yeah, he was. He was in it for like 2 seconds. He was in it for like 2 seconds.
Oh, when he got killed by Joker. Okay.
Yeah, he got killed by Joker.
Get the fuck out of here. That didn't count. So...
Okay, well, he was in the kitchen. He was in the kitchen. He was the dude that was bird dogging Tiffany Haddish and Elizabeth Moss and what's her face? Melissa McCarthy.
Yeah.
Which he was good in that.
And then I'm looking at him being on Hell on Wheels as well. But the thing is, LL Cool J was doing that stuff before everybody. And LL Cool J is the only one that right now is still on a show. Queen Latifah had set it off.
Wait, what about
Queen
Ice-T,
Latifah had
though?
stalled. Huh?
Ice-T, isn't he still on Law and Order?
On Law and Order? Well, yeah, that's one. That boy said, Tone Loc, who watching C-Bear and Jamal in 2021?
Not me.
Ooh.
Oh, he was
Ooh.
in Wanted. He was also in Wanted, and he was in Selma.
Okay. I'm looking at it more so from a...
He was in Ava. I didn't know he was in Ava. I need to watch that.
Yeah, he was in Ava. I did see that movie. Only reason I said LL
This
is
motherfucker was in
because-
the Lion Guard. You ain't tell me he was in the Lion Guard.
I forgot about that fucking movie. Only reason I even said LL is because if you look at TV now, I was gonna say he's one of the only ones that are on it. I completely forgot about Ice-T on Law and Order.
Oh yeah.
T.I. Wait.
Now, this man said T.I. Not Monster Hunters. Not box office masterpiece Monster Hunters. T.I.
You gotta get put in the hole just for saying T.I. Get the fuck out of here. So yeah, I'll give you Ice-T because I don't know how I forgot about SVU. That's the only fucking Law and Order show that people know. But I would say LL, I would say Ice-T only because people, and I see people talking about, Will Smith and Queen Latifah. I'm talking about people who are on something right the fuck now. And the fuck now, LL still is on that NCIS shit. Ice-T is still on SVU stuff. I'm talking about now. They've made that smooth transition.
I forgot The Hate You Give. I forgot he was in The Hate You Give. Common's been in a lot of shit. I'm just now realizing, just like, damn, I forgot.
And because here's the thing, and the reason I say no to Common is because, in my opinion, with the exception of Hell on Wheels, everything's a one-off. Everything's a movie, and then we see nor hide nor hair of it again. It's just these one-off movies.
That is true. That is true. He's not done. I will say this though: if you were talking like strictly movies, I would make an argument for Common because he's consistent. I'm looking at his IMDb now. This motherfucker stays in shit. Like I'm looking, this motherfucker's IMDb is full of shit. Like I'm sitting here looking. I'm like, God damn. I was like, oh, he was in this. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. He was. Oh, God damn. I forgot he was in Girls Trip. Hold on, wait a minute. This motherfucker was in Smallfoot. Hold on. Ocean's 8. What? I'm sitting here. Look, I'm about to have a goddamn heart attack.
See, people are putting in names I forgot about, like Will Smith and stuff, or not that I forgot about, but that I wasn't thinking about.
I don't think about Will Smith because I always
to,
thought of him as more of an actor than a rapper. Like I always felt like rapping was like just what he did on the side. Like even though he was like rapping, even way back, but just like I feel like his rapping only became popular because he was on TV. Like that's what like does that make any sense? Like he was on he was on one of the most popular syndicated shows. Or not syndicated, but he was one of the most popular running shows of all time at the time. And like his name was constant, and he was doing movies. He was doing big movies. So like, and everyone was like, "Oh, hey, will you come on and rap a little bit?" I would say 50 Cent because 50 Cent actually tries. He actually tries. That motherfucker actually. There was a movie, I can't remember what the movie was he did, but he actually lost a shit ton of weight and had tattoos removed.
Yeah, they showed that movie on BET way too fucking much because he was supposed to have cancer.
Right. Yeah. Well,
and
I think
plus
the reason
he's been on
Dude, I forgot he was in Street Kings. I forgot Common was in Street Kings. I love that movie.
He was on
this motherfucker was in Terminator Salvation. Lord,
I do remember that. People that are saying Snoop Dogg, no. Snoop Dogg is not
here's the thing. Here's the thing about acting. Are you playing yourself or are you playing a character? The reason why I will make cases for Common is because when Common is in stuff, he's not always playing, oh, that's just Common. Like, he's actually playing a character. Ice-T, for the most part, is kind of playing himself on Law and Order. Yeah. And I would even make a case for LL Cool J that he's typically just playing himself. They're like, because that's what Hollywood does. They go and they say, hey, can you just be you? Be you. Be. Remember that music video you did? Can you just be more like that? Like we want you to LL Cool J it up. We want you to Ice-T it up. We want you to P Diddy it up. Like I feel like when people, and this is also why Dave Bautista, I think, is actually one of the better wrestlers who's transitioned to acting. And I actually would even make a case for him being better, I'm not saying that he's more successful. I think Rock is the most successful wrestler turned actor.
Mhm.
I actually think Batista's a better wrestler turned actor because he, like, and let's be real. The Rock is just being The Rock in most movies that he's in. Very rarely is he being something other than go watch Fast and Furious, Hobbs and Shaw, whatever. That's The Rock. He's just being The Rock. That's all it is. Now when Black Adam comes out, I want to see how he plays Black Adam if he's not just being himself. It's kind of like the Denzel effect. Like, oh, it's just he's playing Denzel. Christopher Walken, oh, he's just playing Christopher Walken. Keanu Reeves, he's just playing Keanu Reeves. Dave Bautista's actually playing characters. So that's why I give Dave Bautista the nod there. But yeah, when I think about a rapper being a good actor, I think about a rapper who's not just being themselves on camera. Like Queen Latifah, I think, is not being Queen Latifah on camera. She's actually playing characters. But neither here nor there.
But yeah, that's why I see people saying like Eminem and Snoop. Like, no. First of all, Eminem, that was a one-off, okay? Snoop does not. Snoop cannot fucking act. What the fuck did you do?
I hit a button, apparently. I picked up my phone and it slid and hit my keyboard.
Oh, God.
I don't get it, but yeah, that was the long and short.
Snoop is not an actor. Like, basically what you're saying about The Rock, like, Snoop is just a personality. Snoop, you just hand money to him and you say, go do this for this. He's not an actor.
Yeah.
No.
Right. That's what I was getting at. Yasuke says, what are your thoughts on the Darksiders video games? I just started playing them and forgot how great they are. Plus, I didn't know comic book artist Joe Madureira was the art director for the franchise. Makes sense. I love his work. I love the Darksiders games. Carter and I have actually talked about this before. We played Darksiders. You play 1 and 2?
Genesis.
Okay, I've played 1, 2, 3, and Genesis now. I actually just beat 3 a couple of weeks ago. I like it. I like it a lot. I just wish they'd hurry up and get to where you could have like all of them in one game, if that makes sense. Like 3, they got kind of close to it, but it was an illusion. Spoilers, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, I love it. I love Darksiders, and I love Joe Mad's work. It actually was an art style that I used to try and emulate when I was in high school. What about you? What do you feel about Darksiders as a game franchise? Do you think it would make a good anime? Like if Netflix gave it the anime treatment, you think it would make a good anime?
I don't know about that.
Like the Castlevania treatment?
No, because I think it's a little bit too American, if that makes sense. Like, you could tell that's an American. Because here's the thing. I don't, and this is probably going to be sacrilege to quite a few people. I don't like Zelda. I fucking hate Zelda.
That's fair.
Okay?
That's fair.
The only Zelda I've ever wanted to play was Breath of the Wild. And that was because people told me the shit plays completely different than a Zelda game. It's damn near a Souls game, but motherfucker used to tell me. But
actually, Darksiders 3 is Dark Souls. Darksiders 3 is Dark Souls, straight up.
Okay. So
I think that's why a lot of people didn't like Darksiders 3, because Darksiders 1 is Legend of Zelda. Darksiders 2 is Legend of Zelda, but more Prince of Persia.
Okay.
And then Darksiders 3 is just straight up Dark Souls.
Okay.
Like just straight up Dark Souls.
And that's why I like the first one, because several people told me, and even reviews said it, that Darksiders 1 is Zelda.
Yeah. It's
Zelda
a better Zelda than most Zelda games.
Okay, so that was the reason I like the first Darksiders, because if this is a Zelda-esque game, I'll just play this as opposed to going to fucking Zelda.
It's like if Zelda grew up with you.
Good.
Like, people say, oh, I grew up on Legend of Zelda. This is like, this is like if Legend of Zelda grew up with you as opposed to you growing up with Legend of Zelda.
Okay, but yeah, a lot of people would say it was like Legend of Zelda mixed with some God of War, and I said, cool, that's up my alley.
That is true.
So yeah, that's my Darksiders feel. Ernie and I played Genesis for a little bit because of Xbox Game Pass.
Yeah. I actually want to go back to it. I was having fun with it.
Yeah, I was too.
I wish they had the other two characters. I wish it had Death if it had Death and Strife in it, I think it would be a better game.
Yeah. Well, I think the reason for that was just because they had. I think they would have to do a lot more animations for Death, because Death was doing a whole bunch of shit in Darksiders 2, as opposed to War in 1. He just swinging his sword like that. Plus, at that point, if you watch any kind of
or not Strife, I meant Fury. Strife is already in the game. I meant Fury. Never mind.
Yeah. I was gonna say, at that point when Darksiders Genesis came out, that team was already low on money. That's why it's a top-down Diablo-looking game, because they were low on cash. So I don't even think they would have had the money. I don't even think they could afford it. Yeah,
that's up my alley. So I was like, all right, cool, fuck it, I'll do it.
So I don't know how that one would work. You got some more super chats coming in too.
Let's see. Yeah, we got some super chats. Let's go ahead and hit these super chats real quick, and then we'll finish out these. Then we'll. Ooh, shit. Yeah, here. Let me go back because I missed one way back here. Okay, so J Rye with the $5 super chat says, wasn't T-Pain the main villain in the show Into the Badlands?
I don't know who the fuck told you that, but no.
I was gonna say I didn't think that was T-Pain. I know it was a big black dude.
No, I barely remember seeing black people on Into the Badlands. What the fuck show were you watching, J-Ray?
Here, let me see here. I'm actually looking it up now, but because it has now made me curious. I'm like, was he in that motherfucker? now I'm starting to see. Now I'm starting to second guess myself. I hate when that shit happens.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, we got another $5 super chat from Claudie D. Missed the last stream, but I was making sure I came through to support the fam. Appreciate that, my brother. Appreciate it.
Much appreciated. Look, hey, thank you.
All right, and we also got another $5 super chat from Javon Hudson saying, greetings. Do you guys think the MCU will adapt the Wakanda in space plotline, or even should? Thanks for all the work you guys do.
I don't think they will. I don't think they will. I mean, they could.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been borrowing heavily from Ta-Nehisi Coates as it is. So, I mean, sure, why not? I wouldn't be against it, but I don't suspect that would be the case.
I can't wait to call J. Rye racist when you look this up.
Oh, Lord. Look, I'm looking.
A huge racist that you know. Yeah.
Let me look it up.
Like,
this
you
way.
really did think that. Let me see. Hold on. Do Ernie and I look alike to you? You think all black folks look alike? That what you saying, J. Rye?
Actually, wait a minute.
Let me see.
Here, I'm looking. I got T-Pain's filmography. I'm looking. I don't see it. I'm looking him up as an actor. And I've gone all the way back as far as 2008, and I don't see. Okay,
this is the dude he talking about, and that's kind of okay. I can kind of see it now. I'm gonna shut up.
The guy does actually kind of slick look like T-Pain. He kind of does, but it ain't T-Pain. I'm just throwing that out there. Also, we got another one from Javon Hudson. They with the $5 super says, after playing Cyberpunk 2077 and rewatching Alter Carbon, can you recommend any Cyberpunk comics? Actually, there is actually a Cyberpunk 2077 Dark Horse comic called Cyberpunk 2077 Trauma Team. That's a really good one. Everything else I would recommend Cyberpunk wise. Whew, man, I don't know if I could recommend any comics per se. I'm quicker to recommend anime and movies.
Yeah.
More than I would have an easier time I tell you what, here. You know what? The
only Cyberpunk comic I could give you would be Tokyo Ghoul.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, I have one right here. And this is one people never think about. The Surrogates. They actually had a movie based off of it, but it was actually a comic. Tokyo Ghost is another one.
Wait a minute. Yeah, did I say Tokyo Ghoul? Did I say Tokyo Ghost?
Okay, so that's what. Okay, I was like, well,
Okay, I meant Ghost.
Tokyo Ghost.
I
Yeah,
meant Ghost.
yeah,
I meant
Tokyo Ghost. Yeah, that's one. Judge Dredd and Transmetropolitan. Those are considered.
Yeah.
Those are considered cyberpunk. If you want to get into some good cyberpunk comics. Another one I could throw out there is, oh man. Nah. Ronan's another one. That's a Frank Miller comic.
Okay.
Oh, also Martha Washington. Technically that's cyberpunk. Not in the strictest sense, but it is to a degree cyberpunk. So you got those. I can't think of anything else at the moment. Nothing else is coming to mind. We got another one here from Studio Vexer Barrington S. Edwards with the $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much for that super chat. Didn't even say anything. Just wanted to drop it. Drop it like it's hot. The Ghost in the Shell manga. Somebody brought Ghost in the Shell. I would also say someone else brought up Akira. Wicked City is another one. A lot of people don't think about Wicked City, even though it's more to do with alien demon monsters, but it is a cyberpunk setting.
Okay.
Angel Cop, also cyberpunk. Honestly, a lot of anime from the 80s and 90s was cyberpunk. Just straight up and down. Let's see. Let's finish out these Discord questions because I just realized we are well over 4 hours. I did not mean to go this long.
Yeah, I did not realize that either.
Doing the top 5 comics took way longer than I thought it would. Rough Rider asked, do the comics you guys talked about come in trade form? Y'all sold me and I want to read them books. Yes, a lot of them do. A lot of them are available in trade, except for Bitterroot Volume 2 is not out yet. But most every comic that I brought up is available in trade in some way, shape, form, or fashion. And when we only find them when they're dead. That one's not finished yet, so it is not in trade. But pretty much all the other ones you can get trades of. And I think most of the ones you mentioned are in trade form.
Yeah, I think the only one out of mine are, well, no. Yeah, I would think. I think the only one that's not collected just. No, take it back. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, everything on mine is collected, and with Wonder Woman, Dead Earth, Revenge of the Cosmic Ghost Rider, and Dead Body Road are some one and done. So you'd only have to buy one trade with those or one hardcover. So yeah, all of these are collected.
Okay. And we got another Discord question. This will be the last question for the show. Losersaurus. This is a long one, but I have found a way to paraphrase it.
Okay.
I found a way to paraphrase it. Let's see here. So basically, what Losersaurus is talking about is how Al Ewing basically amped up Immortal Hulk's like the playground that the Hulk resides in. He basically gave it the kind of. Maybe not exactly, I don't want to say he Jonathan Hickman'd it, but like kind of like the way that Hickman is like changing the way we look at the X-Men. I feel like Al Ewing did the same thing with the Hulk. He just did it in a different way. He's exploring the Hulk in ways we haven't seen before. He's basically building on that mythos and creating a character that we're that people really care about more than they probably did before. Basically, what he's asking us is what character would we like to see Al Ewing give the same treatment that Hulk got? Like, he brings up a couple of characters he would like to see personally, and that would be Moon Knight and Blue Marvel are two characters he would like to see Al Ewing tackle. And then he also brings up, do we have any dishonorable mention comics of 2020? Oh man, we're gonna make it problematic.
Oh, you know what? Can we do that next year?
Yeah, we
just
can do that.
Just have a y'all ain't shit list.
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, actually, I was gonna say, you know what? I normally don't like doing this, but if you want to, maybe next week. Do you want to do the worst comics of 2020?
Ooh.
I mean, that would make us no friends. I was about to say,
there's gonna be some Mark Millar on that shit.
Oh man. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, because I'll put it this way.
Yeah.
It would make us no friends. It would not make us any friends. Like, that's one of those situations where, like, I know what's going to happen. What's going to wind up happening is that we'll do the list, and then one day I'm going to be given an opportunity to talk to one of these people that makes the list, and they're like, oh, hey, Blur Without Fear. Yeah, you're the guy that talked shit about me on your show and said my comics were terrible. And I'll be like, ooh.
I would say that shit with a smile on my face, because I wish Eric Larson would come in my face. Your book is trash. Trash.
Oh,
Savage
man.
Dragon is trash.
I would
Okay?
actually tell him that to his
Okay.
face. I'm like, I don't read it. It's garbage.
I know the only reason that book is getting published because you're one of the top dogs at Image. Your book
Yeah.
is trash.
It is not good. It is, like, honestly, Image wipes their ass with better books than Savage Dragon. Like, there's comics that Image is like, this is all right. There you go. Oh, God. But anyway, no, if I wanted to see Al Ewing tackle a character, yes, as you brought up Blue Marvel, I'll bring up Monica Rambeau. I feel like he could actually tackle the world of Monica Rambeau accurately. Because he's very much into, like, space and sci-fi and cosmic stuff. I think he could actually do a really good job with a character like Monica Rambeau. I'd like to see him... But I will say this. I would be very interested to see how he would write Moon Knight. I'd be very interested to see him write a Moon Knight book. I think it would be... I don't know if it would be what people expect, but I think it would definitely be, like, thought-provoking. I think it would be thought-provoking.
So that was gonna be one of my picks. Actually, was Al Ewing on a Moon Knight book.
Has Al Ewing's never written Sentry, has he?
Nope, and that's what I was gonna say.
Okay,
Put him on it. Book it, Vince.
Yeah, I okay. True story. I think Al Ewing's the only person who can make me care about Sentry.
Here's the thing. There was a start there, and the reason I want Al Ewing to do the Sentry is just because he made me a fan of Loki, and I didn't want to give a fuck about Loki because too many women would not shut the fuck up about that actor who plays Loki. But Agent of Asgard was a fantastic book. That's where it's, you know, him making Loki like the god of stories and stuff like that was great. So that's why I would love to see him try to tackle Sentry. We got somewhat close with Mark Wade's not Mark Wade, sorry, Jeff Lemire. Jeff Lemire did that miniseries for the Sentry. And that led into all the Annihilation stuff. But yeah, give me Sentry and with an Al Ewing penned Sentry book, or I want to do one that no one would expect because I don't think people expected. You know what? Deadpool.
Al Ewing on Deadpool? That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Because because you know what it is? I don't think of him as like a snappy.
Exactly.
I think you know what? I think he'd actually make Deadpool serious. Like, I think he would actually take Deadpool back to being what he used to be. Like before he used to crack jokes back in the old X-Force days, but he wasn't cracking them like a mile a minute like he does now. I think he would fuck around and have that motherfucker back in his element.
If you feel like that, and I think if anyone feels like that, where they don't like the constant wisecracking, silly, goofy shit all the fucking time, 24/7, 365, read Gary Duggan's run of Deadpool. It was right after Secret Wars that Hickman did. If you don't like that and you want him to be more serious, but there's still some goofy stuff in there, but he is all business, or as all business as Wade Wilson can be, read Gary Duggan's run. That's one I could recommend you all. It's all collected, it's all out there now, all together. I think I might seeing how he did Loki, and how he could still do like the kind of smart ass stuff, but Loki was on his shit. I wouldn't mind see him try to tackle a book that is already. I say Deadpool because I want him to tackle a book where people are already going to have it in their mind what that book is going to be. Because people already had it in their mind what Loki was going to be. People were already ready to write off Captain America and the Mighty Avengers. People were all ready to write off Hulk. Just looking at the character and the characters and not who was writing it. People were ready to write off the fucking Ultimates until they read it.
And it was
So-
good. I wrote it off. Like, I was like, I don't give a fuck about this fucking team. And I was like, oh, shit, this is lit.
Yeah. So I think him putting Al Ewing on books like that where you think you have an idea of where it's gonna go, and then it goes miles and miles beyond where your fucking mind thought it would, I think that'd be a great fit. So yeah, that's why I put him on a Deadpool or a Sentry book.
I would definitely I would definitely love that. Like I think just because I feel like characters I think that have a pathos. I think he does really well with. Like, because I think especially what we'll be seeing with Hulk, definitely Moon Knight. Definitely Moon Knight. Oh yeah, I would read the fuck out of his Moon Knight.
Yeah.
That would actually get Moon Knight regularly covered on the channel. I'd be like, by the way, y'all, we about to talk about our Lord and Savior Al Ewings. He's come out with his new Psalms. He turned to page Moon Knight Volume 12, issue number 26, verse 2. Wait, panel 2, word bubble 3. But no, that would be it. Carter, you got anything going on this weekend?
Man, no, leave me alone. Taking a break from all the streaming and all that hubbub. It's kind of been refreshing. I can focus on other things, but I'm
Playing that Payday?
and I've already. Well, you're playing Payday, playing Hunt, but I've also is something in the works. I've already told you about it. So here's the thing, y'all. A couple months back, there was a DLC expansion for a game called Ghost of Tsushima. It was a multiplayer co-op experience that I know a lot of people love Ghost of Tsushima and stuff like that. I was on the team to make sure that game came out, with no bugs, to make sure that game was about the most enjoyable shit that you could possibly play. Well, I could very possibly be doing that shit again for another Sony game that I can't really talk about, so that's why there have been no streams, that's why there have only been Blerd Caves and Blerd Caves only, or I'm playing video games with my homie. So that's in the works for me. If I get it, you'll know, because I'll throw it in everybody's faces. I think the only other thing I'm waiting on is on next week, because I told you about this yesterday, but Scott Pilgrim Physical Edition is coming out. It's going to go on fucking pre-order next Friday, and I'm going to be up crack of dawn to make sure I can get one of them fucking pre-orders in.
Yeah, actually, after I talked to you, I was talking to Jose and Adam and from Nerd 901, and I was like, oh, shit, yeah, that's going to have to get got, because we were talking about that shit while we were playing Hunt, and yeah. I'm about to say, I don't have anything going on. I'm probably just going to be working on extra videos to post.
Yeah.
I put together a monstrous backlog of things to work on. I recorded audio for Shadow Cabinet. I recorded audio for Invincible. I recorded audio for the Crimson Avenger. God, what else was there? And there was 3 or 4 other character breakdowns that I recorded audio for. So, yeah, I got plenty to work on for the foreseeable future. So, yeah. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for hanging with us. Y'all were awesome. Y'all were fantastic. Y'all took care of us. Y'all were fun, amazing, great, and just tripped with us and allowed us to talk bullshit. I saw what Shama just said. Love the long the long live stream. Blur Without Fear Snyder cut. Oh Lord, no, not the Snyder cut. But thank you for that. I tried not to go this long, but like it happened. So apparently, me and Carter, we just talk a lot. Anyway, we're gonna get out of here. Thank you guys so much if you're for hanging with us, tripping with us, hanging out with us, all that good stuff. You guys make sure you guys be safe, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, keep it plus ultra. Remember, we still got shit going on. If you're out in the DC area, please try and stay safe, because even though I know things have kind of died down a little bit, it's still shit going on out there in them streets. So please be safe. If you're in any other areas where there's stuff going on, please keep your head down. Don't put yourself in harm's way. If you're going out, make sure you wear your goddamn mask. And as my t-shirt so eloquently says, wash your damn hands. Make sure you keep doing that. And I will see you all next time. Carter will see you next time as well. We out of here. Peace.